The following story will likely not end happily. The following acts you will witness are those of desperate people in desperate times. But oh, how the desperate do dream. Welcome to the dark future.
Hello, this is David Johannesson for N54 News. This week, several data storage sites owned by data security and software manufacturer SoftSys have led to heightened security presence throughout the city. Police say that they suspect hacker group the Cult of the Red Lotus after calling cards were found at several of the crime scenes. Full forensics data was not available at the time of reporting. We encourage all citizens to stay vigilant and to report any suspicious activity to the NCPD. In the wake of these attacks on data centers, areas of the city have been experiencing sporadic blackouts. As such, generators have been sold out throughout the city, as citizens and corporations both scramble to prepare for the possibility that access to data and electricity could go down at any moment. As always, we will keep you informed of any developments. Stay tuned.
So, I have bad news. His data is proving difficult to decrypt. From the little that Blackout and I have been able to decipher so far, we're definitely in over our heads. As such, I have reached out for assistance to the fixers in the city that have the resources to help us. We've only gotten one response: Rogue. She never does anything for free and is asked to meet with you all to help with the job. She's difficult, but I know you're all up to the task. Happy hunting.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is Monday, meaning it is time for some Neon Inferno goodness. So before I get into my usual spiel, I do have a little bit of an update. This is kind of last minute. There have been a couple of cancellations on us from player side this week. So we have a much smaller crew than usual. So I ask you, send them all your energy. Maya is not here at the moment. She may make an appearance later, but she had some emergency to deal with. And Erica and Cody are unfortunately both not feeling well this week. So none of them will be joining us. In their place, we do have Fox Radio 2 back this week playing Typhoon. And we do have Ghost Squad 9 and Ghost of the Valley here playing Zeke and Way respectively. So welcome everyone here. Welcome everyone to the stream. So I really appreciate those of you who can be here in the crew. Those of you who are here on Twitch, I remind you all, we do have channel points to drop loot boxes, name NPCs, and in addition to all of that, if you do have enough channel points, you can drop a specific item for the crew. If you do not know the items of Cyberpunk Red, that is perfectly fine. Please just give me a description of what you would like dropped. The item just needs to be 1,000 eddies or less if you are using one out of one of the books, and I will pass that along to our crew. So with that all said, those of you who are on YouTube, here on Twitch, we do have the benefit of having a conversation during both the break that happens about halfway through the gig, And again, at the end, after the gig is over, where you would normally see the end credit card. So if you want to join us in our little live chats before and after the stream is over, feel free to come on by Mondays at 7 p.m. Arizona time, and you could join us live over on twitch.tv/Emmerron. So with that all said, welcome, crew. Let me go ahead and get you pulled up here onto my main monitor. All right, and we are all here. Welcome, guys.
What an uncomfortably small crew we have today.
Yeah, it's stressful, might be another word that I would use, because I did allow some concessions in the writing of this, thinking that I was more writing them in case anyone in the crowd ever wanted to run any of these gigs for their crews in the future, for rules of, crews under 4 edge runners. And I'm kind of glad I wrote those in now, because we have less than 4 edge runners and might continue to have less than 4 edge runners for tonight. So yeah, that being the case, I am going to do my best to keep things balanced. But if anything does go south, please do understand. This is not my intention to hurt or kill anybody or maim them too grotesquely. But there is a shot that does happen tonight, because there is some balancing that I will be doing on the fly, and it may or may not be enough. So
I've got no doctor run 2 tonight. If I get blinded today, it's game over for Way, everybody.
Yeah. So we got a rocker boy and 2 solos. That is our crew for the moment until and if Maya shows up. If Maya can make it here before we are out of our downtime phase for the week, she is more than welcome to step right on in, give us her downtime order at the end, and from there proceed into the game, much like Way did a few weeks ago. If she's not, then this is our crew. This is what we're doing, and I wish you all luck. So, with that all said, let me get my notes up here for the week, and we can start setting the scene. So, to give you a quick recap of where we left last week. So last week, the gig for the crew was to go into a facility owned by the data firm SoftSys and extract from that facility some data concerning Kahukura protection and their dealings with Arasaka. And there was some of it that the crew at the time was able to decipher and kind of get the details sort of figured out. But there was a fair amount of the file they brought back which was encrypted. So Rex and the digified mind of Blackout have been working in the interim between last week's session and this week's session to attempt to decode and decipher some of that. Being that is the case here, there is definitely going to still be some work to be done there, as the intro kind of suggests. But before we get to the day where that call would have occurred, we have about a week worth of downtime for you all. So that being the case, what would we like to do with our downtime this week? Zeke, since you are on the far right of my screen, you will be going first for this. What would you like to use your downtime for?
I'm having some trouble connecting to the server right now.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it literally just started happening.
So the server, is it, are you getting just a connection error?
Yeah, just an outright connection error.
That's
Is it
weird.
giving you the ERR connection failed thing?
Yep.
Okay, that's the same thing that happened to me. So I guess restart the server, and then we all need to hop in as soon as it starts up, and then we should get in smooth.
Well, he was in there. That's the thing.
Yeah,
That's
error
weird.
connection timed out, yeah.
Let me try this. I'm resetting it right now. So I'll let you know once I've got the screen back up here. Okay. Give that another shot. See if that works.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Perfect. Great. Awesome. Yep, I see everyone in the server. Very cool. All right. Yep.
Yeah,
like
I was there. I was like, I tried opening my sheet. I was like, oh, that's not supposed to be how that looks. So I tried refreshing, and then it's like, oh, I can't connect anymore. That's why I wasn't loading.
That's very odd. Yeah. So if that does happen again, please, anyone, let me know. For the audience, thank you for your patience while we're resolving this. Like I say, the Twitch experience is the best scuffed experience of Cyberpunk you'll ever see in your life. So with that, with that said, so Zeke, what would you like to do with your downtime of a week here?
So first things first, I would like to locate a new bulletproof shield, because the last one I used got destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, those are only 100 eddies, so most local bodegas would carry them. Or you could get it printed at a vendit that has the capability. So that wouldn't be, a very difficult proposition for you. And they only go for 100 eddies, so.
Alrighty. And then, how much would it be to increase my handgun skill to level 7? How much IP would I need to do that?
140.
140?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Yep, so he has 470 right now, so
40, subtract. Next, would it be possible for me to locate any incendiary shotgun shells? Because I have a flamethrower that's starting to feel pretty lonely.
yeah, so incendiary shotgun shells should be, let me check that. Yeah, those are only 100 eddies, so you can easily locate some of those. How many were you looking for?
So it's 100, and they come in quantities of 10, right?
Of 10, yep. So it's 100 per pack of 10.
Maybe 40.
Okay, yeah, no, that's definitely reasonable. Again, you could probably pick that up when you go to the bodega. They would probably have those available.
And how much total downtime do I have again?
A week, yeah.
That?
So realistically, I mean, this is something you can get done, in kind of enough side time that it doesn't really detract from the fact you have a whole week available to do something if you needed to do or wanted to do an activity that would take the entirety of the week.
Yeah, so then there's nothing else I can really think for my gear. Actually, I need to get a couple more AP grenades as well.
Okay.
I'm thinking maybe 4 AP grenades, if that'd be possible.
Yeah, and those are just 100 per, so.
Alrighty. And the last just doesn't detract from my total time, right?
Yeah, because this is all something that like you'd go to your local vendit or bodega, and there would be enough supply there for you to get everything you need.
And if that's the case, I think I might just do a hustle, because there's nothing else I can really think of that I'd need to do.
Sure, yeah. If you want to just do a hustle and there's no personal projects you'd like to pursue other than that, we absolutely can do that. Let me pull up the hustle table real quick for you. Making a living. Yep. So let me reveal the screen here for everyone so that you can all see what he rolls. Go ahead and roll me a d6, please.
Alrighty. There we go.
A 6, not bad at all. So in the wake of the show at the precinct, Asymmetry has been booked on and off for gigs kind of around the city, with, a decent amount of regularity, at least more than you normally have. So you are asked in particular as kind of like one of the front faces for the group, and certainly the one who's probably got the highest reputation out of the membership of that. You are asked to just make a personal appearance at a club as like a VIP that Asymmetry is playing at. So that personal appearance earns you 200 eddies, and the rest of the band kind of splits everything else that is earned for the night, because it does amount to significantly less than the 200 eddies that you earn.
All right, there we go.
All right, cool. So, and Prepper Jack, I do want to call out the fact that you're asking to, sub in the future. I appreciate you offering that. What we'll probably do, so quick side note, and for those of you watching on YouTube before we continue the downtime here, something I'll probably do after tonight's session that I've seen done in a couple of other servers like mine, I'm going to set up a gig request channel. And this will be a request channel that I and any of the other GMs in my server can post into. So if any of us wanted to run something, or if, for example, Neon Inferno needs a substitute and I'm not able to pull one from my usual suspects, if anyone does want to opt in, you could simply react to that and we can work out a time. As long as I've got about a day's worth of advance notice, we can work on programming your character in and getting you set up. I would just need to schedule some time to talk with y'all. So, but yeah, if there is something like that comes up in the future, I will try to get that created after tonight's session. So that way, we do have that little bit of calling space to get people in. Cause I would absolutely love to play with some of you in the community. If there is space. And I know that we have some other stuff coming down the pipe here where I'm going to need quite a few players. So, we will have some things coming up where that would be appreciated. Yep. So, but yeah, so you earn that money then, Zeke. And so moving forward from there for our downtime, we now go to Wei. So Wei, what would you like to do with your week's worth of downtime?
This is hopefully going to be a very busy week. First, we're going to do the morning shopping and go after a fresh armorjack vest, and do I want to splurge on them? Yeah, I'll round it out. I'll try and go for 4 smoke nades so I can round it out to 5.
Okay, sure. All of that is definitely bodega stuff. So the jack is 100 and the total for those grenades would be an additional 200. So you're spending 300 in total and getting 4 grenades in the jack.
Okay. Let me just mark that down while it's all proper.
Yep.
Boost up the grenades to a total of 5 and repair my armor check. Bam. Alright, and then thing 2, before I get into my dedicated piece, is if I could try and stop by a fixer and offer a commission to try and get me a line on a hoverboard by the end of the week.
All right. Are we talking the hoverboard out of Black Chrome?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just pull it up. Oh, conveniently, I actually had the page almost exactly on that from when I was last flipping. So that works great. So yeah, so it's 1,000 eddies. So Rex obviously is extremely preoccupied, and I don't believe I'll pull Molly up here real quick. But I don't know that she has a rank high enough to source that. So let me check her real quick.
Would Royal be able to maybe look at a line for that? I know that we're not the greatest of friends, but I was there when we pulled his ass out of the fire.
Right, yeah, so we will, I'm going to check. So I'm going to see kind of what role level we need to source that stuff with consistency, and then we will go from there. So let me see here. So operator. So for Okay. Yeah, so Molly is definitely not enough of a fixer, high enough of a fixer to get that. Let me check Royal. I've got Royal's stat block, but not his fixer rank. Royal, we will have Royal give it a shot. That is what we can do. I will have Royal give it a shot here, because he would have the, he would have some streetwise to fall back on here, and be able to kind of navigate it through that lens. Let me actually pull up the character sheet for him real quick. Okay, so hold on. Oh, he's the same roll ability as Molly. So yeah, so let me see which one of these guys maybe has a better shot of grabbing it for us. Because I'll let you contact whichever of these has the better shot, essentially. Because you'd probably know. Yeah, so Molly would probably have the better shot at scoring it than Royal.
I was gonna say Way would probably lean toward Molly anyways because he likes her and all of her fucking brawling badassery.
Sure, yeah, no, there's definitely respect there for her. So, yeah, so you'd call her up and just say, hey, is there any way you could get me a line on a Tansen Jetboy hoverboard?
Yep. And
Okay.
I'm willing to pay like premium commission on it. Like,
Sure.
what kind of commission do increase it is?
Yeah, no, I mean, she say, Choom, I would be more than happy to do that for you, especially if you're offering eds where that's concerned. So let me grab table. Okay, so her DV to beat is not that high, given her pretty high streetwise here. So let me roll this real quick. Easily. Okay, cool.
That's why we love Molly. Let's go.
That is why we love Molly. So Molly reaches out to some contacts she's made between the piranhas and the gators, because all of them are, party gangs. So they love boarding, and many of them, I am sure, are plugged into that scene in a way that would let her kind of connect downline to someone who has the board. So she is able to get one in. It will take her most of the week to score that for you, but by the week's end, she will have it ready for you. So what else are you looking to do?
Way is essentially taking a nap for the rest of the week anyways, because I would like to go to some form of clinic, get a shot of the speed heal, and a nice room to get comfy in for the week with a bunch of BDs to just get his head straight.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're looking for more therapy this week?
Yo.
Very cool. All right, so let me just see where we're at. Okay, so are you looking at 2d6 worth of therapy or 4?
I know how I roll. I'm going for 4. We don't skimp on our mental health around here.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. Yep, and yeah, you could just hit up hit up the same guy. His BDs were good last time, so you would call up our boy Fieldo, and he will set you up with BDs to get your head mostly straight.
So much hate.
So much hate. Fieldo's a good guy. Come on, cut him some
I will
slack.
topple his music empire in this city.
Yeah, so the therapy, he'll include the speed heals part of the therapy for you. So that'll be 1,000 eddies in total. And then, yeah, whenever you're ready, go ahead and roll us 4d6 and you'll regain that much humanity.
Yep, I'm giving him 1,100 still just for the tip.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, no.
So there's just going to be an extra bill in the stack that I hand him.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's the cost of the speed heal besides, so he'll probably appreciate that.
Yup. Rolling 4d6.
Nice. You are full humanity now, or as full as you can be at 42.
Damn.
Yup.
Full humanity at this table? Unheard of.
Phew, yeah, who'd have thunk we would get back there?
We all know that there's a plan for that humanity, though. It won't be there for long.
It won't be there. It's very true, very true.
After that, too, he is going to be feeling a lot lighter with all the mental anguish out of his mind. And I'm going to bump up his athletics from 6 to 7, which should be 140, right?
Yes, yep.
So I have that. So modify improvement points. About 140. Subtract. Bam. Athletic skill officially bumped because grenades are scary.
Hell yeah. Awesome. So with that out of the way then, was that it for you?
Yep. And then I'm guessing we'll roll around to the end of the week when the hoverboard deal comes up so I can figure out how much I'm splitting off from Molly.
Yeah, so Molly, when she gets that board in, would... I'm pulling it back up right now. Because I had to go to a different section of the book. There it is. Just because I need to look at... can always be driven with no hands as if they had connected interface plugs. Got it. Okay.
That trick list goes off of athletics instead of driveline vehicle.
Using the athletic skill. Yep. You got it. Does not require minimum skill base. It provides 15 move. Narrative speed of 30 miles an hour. Can't be upgraded by no matter tech, but feel free to give a premium custom paint job. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. So, yeah, Molly's able to score a board. And it's a one of those kind of carbon fiber gunmetal shaded paints on it when she gets it. And she would just have you come downstairs because you're staying at the edge anyway, to pick it up from her. And she says, so I got it. It definitely took a little more wheeling and dealing than I expected to get this, but I got it. So the cost for you is going to be 1,200 eddies for this thing.
He's gonna reach his hand into his leather jacket pocket that he's always wearing, and he's gonna pull out a fat crumpled wad of like 1,500. I'm gonna say like 1,490 because it's like an unevenly counted batch of money because he's so excited. He's gonna plop it into her hand and give her a big ol' hug and thank her.
Yeah, and she kind of like is taken aback by this, and she says, You good there, pal?
Oh yeah, feeling better than ever. And he's just gonna drop down the hoverboard and try and do like a no boneless wall plank. So he's just gonna try and jump up with the board and quote unquote tap it because it's all hoverboard. So I'm assuming it's not actually slapping anything. And just kind of wall right straight back down.
Basically, once you set it down on the floor and get onto it, the moment you hit, there's like an on pedal essentially that revs the engines up. And the moment that's activated, you just hear like it's not particularly loud, but it's definitely audible. You hear like the whine of a set of jet props on the bottom of this thing that lifts you just about half a foot up off of the floor. And it starts to hover. And then, yeah, you get your bearings for it pretty quick, being a skater outside of things here. So, yeah, you pick it up pretty quick. So, and so Molly like counts out the crumpled wad of bills and she says, you know, you gave me more eds than you had to, right? By like a couple hundred.
It's fine. Keep, you deserve it.
And she says, you know, if you got this kind of eds, things have been pretty quiet around here. If you were interested, I might be able to find you a place if you want to buy a place of your own so you don't even have to pay rent anymore. Like, there's a lot here. If this is like not a big deal to you.
Nah, I like the room. It protects Bob.
Says, all right, whatever you say, Chum. And she's going to just stuff the whole wad into her pocket. And with that will come to the end of your downtime, if I am not mistaken.
Yep, that's everything and then some. Thank you, kind sir.
Yes, absolutely. So, with that being said, we now come to Fox, so our Typhoon in the game here. So, Typhoon, what are we looking to do with our week of downtime here?
Firstly, upgrading my handgun skill from level 7 to 8 would run me 180 improvement points, yes?
160. It's 20 times.
160. Oh, my... No,
okay.
My math is just really bad sometimes.
You're fine. You're not the only one of the people I know that are that way. You're fine.
There we go. I am going to do that real quick.
Yep.
So now I have level 8.
Delicious.
Okay. Very delicious. And then I was gonna ask how, because I still want to upgrade my smart glasses using the second pair I have that have the night vision and combine them into one. What are my odds of doing that in 1 week?
So it's a 500 eddy item. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna double check right now the timing, but I believe that would work. I just need to make sure of it. So it takes for expensive. Yep, it's a week. So you could take it to a tech, and they could do that upgrade for you for it'd be 600 eddies if Tungsten were to do that upgrade for you. Because he's basically
easy, fucking slapping down the eddies with a loud bang and handed him glasses and stuff like, you do it.
Yeah, I know, and he says thank you kindly. They'll be ready at the end of the week, and he'll just take them and start doing what he needs to get that ready.
Gotta deduct the eddies real quick. Okay, and then I am going to. I don't really have much on my slate. Let's see. I'm just gonna go ammo shopping, I guess.
Okay.
And a little bit of grenade shopping for once. First for the ammo, how hard is armor piercing to come by?
It's really easy to come by. It's
okay.
Packs of 10 for 100 eddies per pack.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I will. And how much is a smoke grenade?
50 eddies per grenade.
Okay. Let's see. And normal ammo is only that much, so let's get. Oh, I wish I wasn't so tired. Otherwise, my math skills wouldn't be so bad because I'm normally good at the math. I swear. Let's get. I'm gonna get 2 sets, like 2 cases of very heavy pistol armor piercing ammo for 200.
Yep.
And 2 smoke grenades for another 100.
Okay, so total of 300 so far.
Yep. And how much is normal ammo again?
It's an eddy per bullet, technically, but you buy in packs of 10. So it's 10 eddies per 10. Yep.
And then I will buy 60. So yeah, total of 60. So the total would be 360. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just basic heavy pistol ammo for the SMG, so I have it.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So if you want to just deduct the 360 and then add those amounts to your sheets.
Fancy stuff for murder is what I'll call this expenditure.
Yep, that makes sense. And then it's just you can increase the quantities for the items you already have, and then to add an item. Yep, you got it. Awesome. Very cool. Very cool. Awesome. Good. So that is still all kind of in the pocket time you have throughout the week. So you still have the full week available in the event that there is something you want to spend the week on. You could just hustle if you wanted to do that.
My only move is hustle. But yeah, I'll do a hustle then.
Okay, let me grab.
Roll another 5. Let's go. Let's do nothing again.
Don't put that energy out there. So yeah, let me grab making a living solo. Yep, roll me a d6.
Roll. Oh.
Let's see what we got. A 2. All right. So that's actually pretty good for you. So you did bodyguard work for a high-end client. So this week, actually, you respond to a call by Rogue, actually, who has heard your name after you've done the work you've done in the South Night City combat zone. And she sets you up with a nomad convoy carrying a corporate client for a construction firm, Shirafa, out to a reclaiming settlement. And she just wants to make sure that he gets there safely and gets to, get to work out there. So you get paid 200 eddies for that transport gig as you spend the rest of the week kind of doing that.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Nice. I felt like I had to say it a second time because the first time was really weak.
Yeah, it's okay. Like I said, we do scuffed here on Twitch. It's perfectly fine. So, but yeah, so that'll spend the rest of your week's worth of time now.
Yes,
so,
sir.
very good. Let me see where we are time-wise. All right, we're just 15 minutes off here of when Maya said she'd be available. I'm not going to kind of withhold time from the crew here. So I'm going to just let her know real quick. Hey, we just got done with downtime. Feel free to... Cool. All right. So you guys are it. This confirms it. You are our 3 runners for the week. So,
oh boy.
Who boy. So
Shit.
Here we go again.
Not again. This is just the first time. Shit. Here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, exactly.
I guess the question before we get things rolling, because I was just double checking the reading on the hoverboard and it made me have an interesting thought. So, because I'm always hands-free, I can still run up and melee attack and like do all that, which is kind of a cool thought to have of just like rolling up, slide stopping, and just starting to beat the shit out of somebody. But would I be able to do like my flying side kick because my feet are still attached, or would I be able to hit like the no comply jump kick with that bitch?
So I would say that if you decide to do some of that, obviously since we're talking like a martial art kind of attack that you'd be running on your adversary, it would probably necessitate separating from the board. So I would have...
So if I wanted to kick out, I have to dismount and engage that attack.
Yeah, like you could ride up on the board to set it up. I would say that that's fine. But if you leave the board to do that, it will consider the board as crashed when you leave it, because it's going to just fall wherever it will on the ground afterward, because you'll lose control of it.
Okay, yeah, it's still got 10 HP. It can have a little rough and tumble. It'll be okay. I trust the board. It's well made.
Bro's gonna full speed on a hoverboard and just fucking molly hop off the board and drop kick someone.
Yeah. It has a narrative speed of 30 miles per hour. I could actually play chicken with a car and win.
Jesus. This is why I'm afraid. All right, so at the start of this last day, you all wake up to an overcast, cold morning in Night City, about 40 degrees outside. And so with that being the case, you get the message that was in the intro that Rex sent you saying that he and Blackout are still having some difficulty deciphering the files that you got for them the week prior, and that they have reached out throughout the city to fixer contacts that Rex believes would have the resources and or free time to support what they're doing. This has turned up mostly fruitless, with the sole exception being Rogue. And Rogue, as Rex even freely admits, is a difficult person usually to work with. She doesn't do anything for free or for favors down the road. She only does things if the eddies are in her hand now, or if she needs something done now. And in your case, she is accepting the former, or the latter. So she wants you guys to do a job for her in exchange for her to help Rex, and by extension, you guys, with your little red fishy problem. So with all this said, Rex says in the message that he has given Rogue your contact information to set up a meeting at the Afterlife with you all. And unsurprisingly, it's only a short time later that as you all are getting ready for the day, you receive another message, this time from Rogue. And she says, all right, so Rex says you guys are the A-team talent that I asked for. I'll see it when I'll believe it when I see it. Don't make me wait. Scheduling you an appointment for tonight at 7, Afterlife, Upper Marina. Do not make me wait. And with that, the message simply ends. So you guys have the remainder of the day to do any final preparation that you need to and get to the Afterlife in the Upper Marina.
Zeke would waste no time because I assume, like being a rocker himself, he's very well associated with at least the name Afterlife.
It's a club that like you've always dreamed of playing. Like it's one of those places that like the best edge runners in the city are known to go there. And by extension, only the best, talent really gets to even perform there. So it is something that, you would know pretty immediately what the Afterlife is and why that's such a big deal.
Yeah, he's basically just drooling over the opportunity to even just walk through the doors.
Oh yeah. No, and that is perfectly fair. So you, Zeke, what do you do kind of in preparation for that then?
Honestly, probably just get suited up like he normally does with his with his band colors on, as always. Just basically look as he usually does before a gig, before heading out.
Cool.
And just showing up, being punctual on time.
Very cool. Wei, what do you do?
I'm probably going to hit up a clothing stall for a not exactly exec quality, but exec looking, like, the white button up that you'd have underneath a suit and just a set of cheap slack pants.
Cool. All right. So you're looking for some business wear. So are you referring to your agent to help make some of the smarter choices for you on fashion for this? Because it does have that ability.
No, I just assumed that he would want something that's, it's more businessy, so he would go to a stall that looks like it has a bunch of suit stuff. If he rolls poorly on it because he makes poor choices, I'm happy making those rolls, but I imagine he would just grab a white tee, but the expensive kind, and the basically expensive people jeans, which are just slack.
So there is a, as you kind of start looking over things, your agent unprompted starts giving you recommendations all the same for which ones would probably work best for your looking professional in a meeting. And it does recommend, there's a small boutique store in the southern part of the upper marina. And it's kind of collated the data against the fact you've got a meeting with Rogue. It's kind of added that to your schedule automatically. So it recommends before the meeting, you could stop off at Terrell and Chiang's. They are a very boutique executive wear company. And even they may have something within a reasonable price range for you. Otherwise, there are some other discount exec wear shops in the upper marina as well. And it starts plotting all of these out.
That actually is perfect. I actually really like the idea of him going to a proper boutique shop where they're going to want to tailor make some shit for him, and he's just going to have no idea what he wants.
Sure. Yeah. And so in the time given you before the meeting tonight, you head over. So do you go specifically to Terrell and Chiang's then?
Yep.
All right. So you walk in the door, and I assume you're wearing your typical leather jacket and nomad wear like you typically do.
Yep. The all beat to hell blue jeans, the white t-shirt that's somehow faded out of existence.
Yeah. So you see this person by the front wearing a pair of glasses with a haircut that's kind of like a combed over and buzzed on the sides. And this person looks fairly androgynous. And so they greet you. They say, "Greetings, welcome to Terrell and Chiang's. How may I oh my." And they kind of look over your whole ensemble. "How may I help you?"
Well, I got a meeting tonight, and I'm gonna need a suit minus the jacket, and he's gonna kind of puff his collar with his souvenir leather. And he is wearing his patched up one because he's trying to show off for the meeting.
And he, so Shears looks at you and they say, certainly, may we make some very slight improvements on the jacket? It looks like to be honest, it looks like it may have seen some better days. And so we would like to as part of the service, if you are going to get a tailored outfit otherwise, to make sure that it fits, we would like to repair, mend some of the, and she's like, our shears, they're literally like looking at this jacket, and like you could see their eyes glancing over the parts in the jacket where it's been very slightly ripped or the leather has worn to cracking. And they say, we just want to fix what seems to be a little broken.
Yeah,
Way's gonna like it's a euthanized dog.
He's gonna drop kind of his, because he's always got that smile on his face facade when he's like introducing to people. He's going to get real serious and grim when he's very slowly, like painstakingly takes off his jacket, folds it and sets it on the table and says, repairs it, but no modifying it.
No.
Go right back to his scary self.
Sir, certainly. We do not do anything other than what is strictly necessary to make sure you have a perfectly functional and customized outfit to your needs. The service, just so that you are aware, will run you about 2,000 eddies, and at the end of it, I will have a personally tailored suit of our finest business wear made available to you. For an additional 1,000 eddies, we can even sew the linings with armor jack, if you would prefer that.
Way's gonna kind of look down at his jacket, kind of mutter under his breath, that's a modification.
Not to the jacket, no. But you said you needed a shirt and pants at the very least, so I was stating simply we could add it to those tailored pieces that we are producing for you.
That might work. I think we have a deal.
Very well. Okay, perfect. All of our jack, mind you, is tech upgraded, so you will be probably the most protected you've ever been on the streets of Night City. So please take a seat. One of my attendants will be with you in just a moment to take your measurements, and then we will begin producing you the perfect Terrell and Shang suit. And they walk into the back after saying that, and start kind of like, you could even see as they are doing so that they're kind of looking at the racks that are full of all kinds of business wear, and they're already kind of trying to analyze which of these pieces would kind of best start to fit you and then be able to kind of be tapered down. So that being the case,
I smell Way getting stuck in a big and tall Hawaiian shirt.
Oh, you'll see. You'll see at the end of this.
I can't wait.
So, while you do this, I am going to go over to Typhoon. Typhoon, with your day, is there anything in particular you are looking to get done?
I'm not kidding. I'm assuming even Typhoon would be somewhat aware that this is a nicer location.
Well, so you know, because you actually just spent the last week working a separate gig for Rogue. So you were intimately aware of the fact that this is like one of the top edge runner bars in the city. Like, this is about as good as it gets for someone working on the street.
Okay, so in light of this knowledge, he's going to decide not to take a little pouch of kibble in his pocket like he normally does, because even he is like, I don't want to get caught with this in such a nice place. And I don't know if this is like an actual thing that exists, but could he take his clothes to be like dry cleaned so they look really good?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that could be done.
Then that.
Yeah, so that it would be a similar kind of thing where they, could either handle that at like a clothing shop, or there are several kind of like you could think of them as like laundromats that kind of handle a service like that. So you could easily get that taken care of. It would cost you about 20 eddies for like it to be dry cleaned, but yeah, that would be what you would be able to get.
Easy. Yeah, so just to make sure his stuff looks all nice, and while it's being dry cleaned, because I'm assuming so you drop it off and leave like most places.
Yeah, yep.
While that's happening, he's just gonna spend time polishing and going over his guns to make sure they're all in good condition as he would, and also polishing his Heelys.
Yeah.
So they won't jam on him or
boy.
anything.
Stylish Heelys, got ya. Yeah, no, and you would also have just gotten back your smart glasses as well the day prior, so those are in full functioning order as well. So let me double check here. So you had a second set of smart glasses with IR UV, correct?
Yeah, but now it's one pair with the IR UV and the targeting scope.
Yep, so let me uninstall that here just so that I can update it for you real quick.
Seems good.
So yeah, this is going to be settings, available slots, cancel. I need, come on. Where is it? As option slots. Oh, here we go. Option slots 3, and then I'm going to name this Tech Up. Cool.
I bet you can't guess why I was suddenly inspired to buy smoke grenades now that his glasses have low light UV IR shit.
Yeah.
Definitely no reason behind that at all.
Definitely not. Yeah. So you officially have all of the gear installed in it and are ready to roll with that. So
nice.
Yep. So you just spend the rest of the day waiting for the dry clean to complete. And it does send an alert to your agent when it's ready. So as you kind of finish polishing your guns, as if on cue, you get a little notice to your agent letting you know that the dry cleaning cycle is done and that you may pick the clothes up at any time.
Very cool. He does that, and that's all I have to say.
Cool. All right. So Wei, Shears' attendant comes out, takes your measurements, and they spend a pretty good chunk of the day after doing so, getting your suit ready. And at the end, you have this really nice business wear shirt and slacks that are all tailored with like the nicest, some of the nicest armor jack you've ever seen. And they mentioned to you that the collar can be popped up and serve as a sort of inner lining for your jacket, to make that like head armor for you. You can like pull up the raised collar to block your head in a firefight. So the armor jack in this business wear is SP12. So I will improve your existing armor jack on your character to get that extra bit of SP, just because we'll mark it as such. And I will denote this as business wear.
And it was a 3K total, right?
Yeah, 3K total because you did get the armor jack installed.
Yep. And these guys don't get a tip because they're already fleecing me.
Yeah, I mean they are charging you what is honestly probably an appropriate sum for the amount of custom design that goes into this. And then T and C.
Got it.
Collar. All right, and then that is upgraded. And that's 1,500 eddies for that. Okay. So that will take care of that for you. And when they bring your jacket out, it's very nice. The leather has been mended where it needs to be mended. And it's mended so well that you barely notice any kind of stitching or anything. It appears they've used nanites to kind of help bond elements of it back together where it was cracked. And it's all been polished. So the leather is this beautiful, almost like new leather, and the patch on the back that been grimed up and crusty with blood and dirt, oil, is probably the most vibrant it's been since you got the jacket. So it's just almost as good as new. Like you putting it on, it complements the not only the shirt you've received, which is like you said, more of like that kind of button-up collared t-shirt, but the pants are a similar leather to your jacket, and it makes you almost think like you look like something of like an executive rocker boy of a kind, less like a nomad and more like something that Zeke would perform alongside up on stage. But you recognize that you look very good in it.
Oh yeah, Wade is definitely loving the new fit. And actually, after hearing how well they touched up the jacket, Wade is going to, once he actually gets a look at how much better it looks and how well they did repairing it, he is going to take, if there's a random card or somewhere that he can leave his agent's details, and just say, hey, if anybody ever causes any problems at your shop, give me a call and I'll come help clean it up.
Yeah, and Shears looks at it and they pick up the card. They say, absolutely, we'd be happy to do further business with you in the future. We hope you enjoy your suit. Thank you for choosing Terrell and Chiang's. And, they kind of give that to you as you are walking out the door to go to the Afterlife.
Yep, and so then I'm just hoverboarding over to the Afterlife, enjoying my ride in my new suit.
Perfect. And then Zeke and Typhoon, are you guys just going to get a cab over there?
Yeah, Zeke definitely would.
No, he's gonna walk the probably 17 miles. He's getting a cab.
Yeah, no, I would expect no less. So, the cab would cost about 30 eddies to get from here to there.
Alrighty.
Yep. So whichever of you picks that up, Zeke, it sounds like that is probably going to be you.
Yep.
Cool. So you guys get to the Afterlife, and you see that it is built into the side of a much larger building that appears to have some conapse above it. The Afterlife sign and marquee is situated above this set of stairs leading down into the earth. Those of you who have played Cyberpunk 2077 and have seen what the Afterlife looks like there in the Time of the Red, it is in a slightly different part of the city, but its facade is not very different. So you would walk down the stairs through a what is a sort of breezeway, kind of separating the outside from the inside. And standing there is a bouncer that is probably about as big as Way, with easily as much cyberware, if not more. And he kind of, as he sees you three walk up, because I would imagine you all probably are going to get there about the same time at this point. He holds a hand up and he says, all right, so let's get names. What you here for?
Zeke would just let him know that they've been invited by Rogue for a meeting, and of course provide his name. Just say, "Hey, I'm Zeke. These are my crew. This is my crew. We got Way and Typhoon." Gesturing to both of them, and just say, "We were invited for a meeting with Rogue."
And
in this classic, I just want to hit the classic real quick. Hi, I'm Way.
Yeah, and he. Yeah, go ahead, Typhoon.
On him saying my crew, Typhoon's gonna glance at the back of his head and whisper under his breath, "Your crew."
Yeah.
Since when?
So he even looks at you, Typhoon, and he says, "Oh yeah, I recognize you. You were here earlier in the week. All right, yep. Get a drink at the bar. Something. Rogue's finishing up some business. She'll be with you shortly." And yeah, he opens the door and lets all three of you pass through into the Afterlife. Inside, there's the sounds of chromatic rock. There is a band up on the stage that, for once, actually deserves their spot in the club. It's not Fildo's mishmash of horrible sounding, polka rock that probably came from a different dimension with how bad it is. Instead, you have a band up on the stage, and you simply see their name is Pulp, and they are just going off as you all kind of walk through here.
Finally.
Yeah. And so you all find your way to the bar. I'm going to go ahead and have everyone roll me a perception check, please.
Uh-oh.
No.
I don't know if Zeke is good at these.
Okay, Way is doing Way things. Rolling an 8.
He's just enjoying the show, man. He's
Yeah.
gonna have a good time.
Not fair. All right, Zeke.
Oh.
That's not Zeke. That's
Sorry,
Typhoon.
Typhoon.
Comfortable.
Yeah, Typhoon's not doing so hot there.
He gets an
Sometimes
eyelash
Zeke
in
is
his
in the
eye,
lead
and he's
for
like, "Ah,
perception."
fuck."
Yeah, so Way is enjoying the shiny lights that Pulp has decided to use in their set. Typhoon gets blinded by one of them as it shines right in your eye as you're walking through the space as you enter the club. But Zeke, you kind of look around and you feel this overwhelming sense of, I made it. I've done it. I've got here. And the rest of my band might not be here, but I am here. This is like every Edge Runner's dream, and you're here like living it. And as you look around, you look over and see Rogue, and across from her is a woman wearing some more or less generic clothing, but the way she's carrying herself is very like proper, very stiff. And as she's kind of sitting there, she and Rogue are talking about something before everything kind of begins or Rogue meets with any of you. And as you all kind of make your way to the bar, that conversation continues on here for at least a few more minutes. So is there anything that any of you are looking to do as you kind of enter the club outside of just appreciating the atmosphere and such?
Rub the
will
pain out of
say-
my eye.
Yeah.
I will say that if possible, Zeke is most indefinitely snapping a picture of himself at the bar of the Afterlife.
Yeah, no,
if
for
possible,
sure.
and just sending it to his chums in the band.
Doing the
Just
solo
like,
check.
just like I've made it. It's just have that finality, just that I fucking made it. I'm
made
here.
it.
I'm at the club.
Hell yeah. Yeah, and so like Venus and Red all respond with various affirmative, like, holy fuck, Choom, you actually got there. Shit, what did you need to do? Whose dick did you suck? Like they are very excited for you having gotten there. And Mar even has the audacity to say, so when are we playing there?
just whoa, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Chooms. I'm just here to meet with someone for a job. Nothing's set in stone, but we're definitely on the right track.
Yeah, well, you better fucking sell it. You need to sell us. We are gonna play there. And
I'll bury as many gonks as I got to.
And they say, all right, Choom. Well, yeah, stay safe. Don't get buried yourself. And
I can only promise to try.
Yeah. And so as you all kind of pull up to the bar, the bartender, a relatively young looking, almost seeming like a rocker boy himself, of a man walks up and kind of leans down to the three of you, say, fresh blood. And he kind of looks at Typhoon and he says, well, except for you. I know you were here just a little earlier in the week, but with the two of you, welcome to the Afterlife. What can I get you to drink?
I would like to note at this point that I don't think Wayo ever made it to the bar, because when we first wandered out into the thing, I just kind of let things keep flowing, but I assumed he would find enough space, and he's just kind of standing on his board, enjoying the music, and getting used to kind of shifting his weight around and just existing on it and trying to get used to it.
Yeah. So the bodyguard that was waiting for you all outside, as he lets in the next group, and he sees you're still on your board, he says, hey, Choom, off the board, not inside. Like, so yeah, like you have a moment there where you're just kind of hovering and taking it all in, similar to kind of what Zeke was. But yeah, your moment of kind of that zen, like, oh, I got here, is broken by this guy leaning in and saying, hey, off the board.
He's going to deactivate it so that it's just kind of setting on the ground, but he's still going to stand on like the deactivated board, just practicing his feet placement.
Yeah.
Looking down, being sad.
Yeah, the guy's kind of going to shake his head, but he's going to allow it because at least it's off.
If I turned it off, you can leave me alone.
Yeah. So with that, the scene in front of you kind of continues. So Typhoon and Zeke, he does ask you though, what do you guys want? What can I get for you?
And Zeke would also be aware of their whole like naming drinks after runners that have passed, right?
Oh yeah, no, you'd be very aware of that tradition. Absolutely.
Can I get a Johnny?
Johnny Silverhand, absolutely, coming right up. And he says, and kid for you, as he addresses you, Typhoon.
He's gonna kind of glance over and say, strawberry sunrise, please. That's fun fact, that's my favorite alcoholic drink in real life I've had so far.
Hell yeah. So yeah, he prepares your drinks and sets them before you. He says, and he says to you, Typhoon, specifically, I know you didn't get one last time, so first one's on the house for newcomers. After all, if you're meeting with Rogue, you're not amateurs. So we expect professionalism for professionalism. Understand? And he kind of like, he doesn't say that threateningly, but you get there's a weight behind the words all the same of like, that he's doing this as a professional courtesy because he expects you to be professional. So,
Typhoon would give him a nod and say, I've had my fair share of being professional recently. On that note, he's going to pull out like 50 eddies and hand it to him and say, professional courtesy for the tip.
And he grins and he says, I'm glad we understand each other. And he puts that into his pocket. So with that out of the way, so you all, as you two enjoy your drinks, and Wei, you kind of half depressedly, kind of like are practicing your footing and enjoying the music. Eventually the woman Rogue is talking to stands up. And you all, as she walks away, at the very least, Zeke and Typhoon, you would notice her wave you over. As though to say it's time to meet.
Yeah, and if Wei hadn't already noticed, Zeke would definitely just give him a tap on the shoulder and say it's our turn.
Yep. Board's going on his back. Oh yeah, I forgot to note. He has left his regular analog skateboard in the room with Bob, and the hoverboard has now kind of not exactly fit inside of the thing, but hangs off of it.
For sure. Yeah, and so Rogue gathers you all in like a booth in the back of the club, and she as you all approach, she's got a couple of different scream sheets up, and the sheets all talk about a supply chain issue that has arrived from the explosions in the South Night City Harbor. And so as you all approach, she closes them down and kind of stretches out her hand as if to invite you to sit down. And she simply says, well, if it isn't Rex's crew of troublemakers. Been a while since the old man came knocking at my door for a favor.
Rex's group of troublemakers? Say confused as he glanced over at the other two.
Yeah, Wei is not actually going to sit. He's going to stand on like the third, and like he was going to sliding. So I'm assuming, or sitting at like a corner booth, like somewhere in the back of the club. I'm imagining.
Yeah, that's where Rogue's at. Yep.
So as they kind of settle in, Wei's just going to kind of stand on the outside of them, kind of like a floor guard, just standing there with his arms crossed. I don't make any trouble.
And she says, really? Wow. That's fascinating, because last I checked, you were one of the people involved in this nonsense. pulls one of the scream sheets hovering in the air above the table back up and flips it around so you all can read the text legibly. And the headline simply reads, bombing of South Night City Harbor leaves supply chain crippled. This has cost me a ton of business, so I think you've caused me, at the very least, plenty of trouble. And she closes the sheet again. And she says, now I'm no stranger to the reason why Rex asked you all to be here with me. So here's the deal. You guys really fucked up my supply chain thanks to the police being all over the ports. So you're going to untangle a problem with one of my clients by getting me a portable net architecture and taking the crew out who has it. As you may or may not be aware, there have been blackouts throughout this part of the city in the last few weeks, especially since you all made your move on the harbor. So there's a Netrunner crew that has been dropping calling cards. And while the police are a little bit stumped about it, I happen to have some intel they don't. Their location. So this is what you're going to do for me. You're going to go to the home of the Cult of the Crimson Lotus. You are going to secure the net architecture they have there for me. We're going to bring that back here. We're going to have a nice little sit down with my client. And as far as this goes, that'll be the end of it. You bring me the net arch. I give Rex what he needs to continue his little project.
Zeke shrugs. He's like, all right. Sounds like a job to me.
All right. Any objection from either of you? And she looks at Typhoon and Wei.
Typhoon's just gonna sip on his drink and shake his head while, like, slurping it, like.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna shake his head, say, job's job.
All right. Very good. Not a lot of questions. I do like that. So.
We're not smart enough for that.
Huh? We're not smart enough for that. So,
Nah, you got all three of the players. It's like, all right, yeah, they pointed us in a direction. There's some heads to pop there, so let's do it. Let's go do it.
And the three musketeers.
And so, Rogue pulls up another image, and she brings up the image of a couple of very obviously, just based on their gear, you'd recognize them as Netrunners. And the feed is across the street from the building that they're walking down into, which simply reads N-Cart at the top. She says, this is an N-Cart station that they're building just a short distance from the edge of the hot zone here in the upper marina. The reason it hasn't been completed is these fine people right here. And so when you go in and take care of them, this should hopefully resolve all of our issues. The construction crew gets to continue their work in opening the station. You all get rid of a nuisance causing blackouts around the city. And I get my client what she needs. So this particular station is a couple blocks from here, but should be walkable. Nothing too dangerous. This is obviously a nicer part of the city. So now that you've seen what the job entails, location, any of that, any questions for me?
So, if you have feed to see them moving in and out, do you know what hours they keep? Like when we catch them outside the door? Because alone they're a bunch of squishy net runners, but inside of there, well, we just had to hide from turrets last week.
And she looks at you and says, yeah, I did hear about that. Dealt with one of your red fish friends last I heard. Poor Gonk is, as I understand, not breathing anymore. So, if you were able to deal with turrets in the context of that, this should be nothing for you. They come out at very irregular hours. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It seems like they just come out every so often, every few days sporadically, to run to a nearby bodega, get food, water, what they need, and take it back down. There's a reason that the corps haven't been able to get in there themselves, after all.
Sounds good.
All right. Zeke, of course, doesn't have any questions.
Good. She says, okay, very good. Finish your drinks and then get the hell out of here. Let's get this job done.
Oh, you got it, boss.
Zeke is
lady.
ready to go.
Yep. And yeah,
They hit somebody.
yeah, and she says, and remember, don't make me wait too long. I need this quickly. And with that, she goes back to her screen sheets and begins to kind of analyze things.
I'm not having Typhoon say this, but I almost did, and I was gonna have him say that for a second. Oh, trust me, ladies don't have to wait long for me to finish. But he's not gonna say that because he's not that kind of guy. But I was like, wait a minute, there's a perfect chance here.
Yep. So with that, so what do you all want to do now ahead of going to the end cart station itself? Is there any kind of is there any kind of investigation or like prep work you guys want to do, kind of knowing the parameters now?
Lou probably turned to the crew. He's not exactly a military genius, but he has been in a lot of I'd probably label it as gang-affiliated warfare. I would think posting up outside and just waiting for him, that's probably the best idea to catch somebody off guard. We just catch them outside, either the closest bodega to that station, because, like Rome said, they make their stops for food whenever. They might want snacks or whatever, just press them there. Or we try and post up near the in-car station and just watch anybody who goes in, pull them back out. That type of view.
Okay. So, Wei, you're suggesting waiting outside the end cart station?
Yeah, I'm suggesting that we post up out front because, like I was saying to Rogue, they're squishy net runners. But inside where they have all their little toys, where they can control things, that's where it gets scary.
Certainly. And I'm just checking one thing here behind the screen. Typhoon or Zeke, do either of you have any kind of suggestions that you want to make?
Well, as long as we can stand outside without looking obvious that we're standing outside waiting for something, this would go for me.
Yeah, I was about to say, say we all like stand at different areas, all like with a view of the entrance to the station, so that way we're not like clumped together like an obvious group.
I mean,
like not too far apart, just spread out enough to be individuals.
Me and Wei could just pretend to be two buds just messing around with our skating stuff, and he would kind of gesture to his feet and his heelys and Wei's hoverboard, and then you could stand a bit away from us and just pretend to be on the phone.
True, yeah.
Oh, I just thought of some sick tricks you could do. Like when I go for a wall ride, you can hit the grapple hand and the wall heely and skate behind me.
I could.
That could actually be a cast session.
I could definitely try.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? They get annoyed with us being there and come outside to confront us? We still win in that scenario.
I
them
fall.
outside.
Zeke wouldn't have to do much to act like he's on the phone, because he's an internal agent, so all he'd have to do is basically have one side of a conversation going.
There.
You just have it active so his highlights turn on or whatever.
Okay, fun. Okay, continue.
My confidence just diminished rapidly.
No, that might be in our benefit. What if that's how many turrets are going to be inside? And we're dodging
There are 15 turrets inside. I don't know why the Afterlife one has any idea.
Get ready for your combat encounter where there's 15 turrets that all have higher initiative than you guys. Get ready to evade.
No.
Yeah, I like this plan.
We're all standing like we're fucking geniuses.
All right,
We're
so
the smartest people
I'm
around.
a genius.
By the way,
Oh,
I do want to mention Zeke and Typhoon because you are now both recognized as edge runners in the Afterlife. Both of your reputations do go up to 5 immediately as kind of people notice you within the bar itself.
Boy.
That is something worth noting.
And what does Rep of 5 do again?
So reputation, so it'll be under the life path tab at the bottom of your sheet. Reputation's used when you face off with someone. You add your reputation to that roll. The other thing it allows you to do is be recognized by other people on site.
Oh.
And the
Yeah, because
higher
I've
that
heard
rep
you mention
is,
that before.
the further that reaches. So
Yeah, because I remember you said 4 is like your people recognize you just by your face in your local area, and then 5 is people know you by your name.
yeah, so the way it works is at rep 5, others beyond your local area recognize your name. And way is at rep 6, so that would others beyond your local area know you on site. So
It's on site.
Is there a level
It is
7?
on site.
Oh yeah, we're about to go have a skate session in the middle of gang turf, like with the intention.
not so much gang
great.
turf. You're in the upper marina, so it's not a combat zone. It's not the same as, going down to South Night City, where people get violent right away.
We're literally about to post up on their block to bait them out of their hidey hole. I would say that's some affiliated activity.
Yeah, there's potentially affiliated activity there for sure. So it's your guys. So you guys are gonna head down to the bodega then.
Correct.
Yep.
Very cool. Let me get us a battle map here. Bear with me 2 seconds.
Adds 1 rep to sheet. Adds +1 level of rep to sheet. Reason went to the afterlife.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. Once you're at the afterlife, you become better known. It's not something that happens to just anybody.
Is there a level 7 that I hit for going into the afterlife, or am I just already a 6, so I surpassed their baseline?
You're already at a 6. So like the people that when you walk in, they probably recognize who you are already. Yep, so I've loaded all 3 of your tokens onto the sheet. I'm going to activate the scene for us now.
Oh, this is a sick map.
Yeah, this one might look kind of familiar to some of you actually too.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, this might look familiar to some of you.
Oh.
So this is actually one of the demo maps that I would have used before we started Neon Inferno. Which I remind you, it's been a little over 3 months since we started this journey. So it's kind of cool seeing this thing again.
What a throwback.
Yeah, kind of cool to see this again. So you all pile up. The building you're right in front of here is the local bodega. You all post up here, and the streets aren't quite as barren as they look here. I just have pulled this one out of pocket for use here. So there are other people on the street that are kind of meandering by. This building right here next to you all is a club. So you see people kind of coming in and out as you guys are kind of messing around in your skate gear, trying to act as though you kind of belong there, not, for your intended purpose of, ending people.
I just want to point out, actually, instead of Zeke being on the phone, he could be recording us, as we attempt to do skate tricks.
You do have that new video camera, Zeke. That is a true thing.
Honestly, yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go for that.
Yeah, cool. So,
I don't have the camera in my inventory. If that's not a thing, though. Oh well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I had it.
Just a catalog.
Yeah, video cameras in the gear list.
Yeah, it should be.
There it is.
Yeah, you must just not have added to sheet after last time.
There we go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
we'll go for that.
yeah, but so with that, yeah, so you guys are doing that. I want all three of you to please go ahead and roll me an acting check.
Oh,
Acting.
if only I was Neo.
Acting.
Okay.
Yep.
I have
actually
I
going to
have
be
a
skating.
semi-decent.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
But you are, I mean, you are trying to keep an eye on things, I assume here.
Yes.
And keep an eye, because the end card station is right about here across the street. So, all right. So Wei, Typhoon, Zeke. Okay, cool. So Zeke, you're doing great at your job, although you probably got the easiest one out of the three. Because all you got to do is kind of hold the camera there and try not to look too obvious.
Well, I mean, he's getting really into it. Like he's like doing like crouching down, of course, trying to get those like down upward angles as they skate by.
Yeah, totally. I'm gonna check something on your sheet here, Zeke, just because I want to know this for later. Okay. Okay, that's what.
Oh, so that's how much health you have.
Yeah, Zeke's pretty tanky.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, you all are gonna probably be doing just fine tonight.
I don't have
I don't
my
believe
doc.
you.
I don't have my doc.
I don't believe you for a second.
We're all gonna die.
Yeah. So, you all spend a little while, we'll say about half an hour, watching people mill about on the street and kind of doing your thing. And you're not seeing anyone come into or out of that end cart station. No one is bothering with that. And I'm gonna do one more thing here. Okay. So that being what it is, you see after a little bit on that side of the street. I want everyone to actually go ahead and roll me a perception check here before we get into what I say what anyone sees here, because this is going to be important.
This might be where Zeke gets lost in the sauce with the cinematography.
I'm still waiting on my roll for kickflip.
Oh, Typhoon came in. All right, cool. So Typhoon, as you're kind of completing one of your tricks here, you're noticing there is a netrunner looking person that is walking down the street here. So let me, I don't want you all to know to what group this person belongs. So you see this person casually walking down the street over here. And they are fiddling with their agent, and you see them glance over at you, Typhoon, and kind of glance at your comrades here. And they then look back down to their agent and start typing something. So what, if anything, would you all like? For those of you who are curious, this is the person I was pointing at.
Typhoon's gonna kind of try and discreetly gesture with his like eyes or something to the rest of them to look, but not make it obvious. Don't be like those people. It's like, hey, look at, don't be obvious, but there's a guy looking at you, and then you look over, and your friend's already walked over, staring at them like 1 foot from their face.
Yeah,
I was
This
about
guy?
to say, you understand who's in this group of people you're telling to look without looking, right? Wei is going to immediately, as soon as you point your finger, start cruising over on his hoverboard. Like he is, I'm thinking the intention is, are there windows on the outside of this end cart station?
No. So there kind of is, but it's one of those that's recessed down off street level, down into like the subway. So like if you think of like a street level station that then ducks down, so you could see through like the front doors, but it very quickly leads into a set of stairs that descends downward, and that's pretty much all you would see from the outside.
Well, you see, the glass was not for looking. I'm going to try and do a wall plant off of the glass using like the pressure of the hoverboard, because I'm assuming even though it doesn't scrape the bottom, because that would hurt it, it's going to press off of the wall, and whatever force it needs to use to press off of that wall probably isn't going to be very kind to glass.
All right. Let me pull up the tricks guide here just so I can see exactly what we're dealing with.
I hope he face plants.
But I do want to say, for posterity's sake, that Zeke, at the very least, trying to uphold discretion, would like kind of just like walk over, acting like he's getting a different angle with his camera, and just kind of look over in that direction.
Would skate over, but not after seeing Wei immediately turn around and start going over there in like a beeline. He's gonna give Zeke a look of like, God fucking damn it, as he follows suit.
Oh, game is so paused, that's fine.
I'm sorry for disappearing the splash screen or the map screen again, guys, but again, there's some stuff that I've got to add to the scene here that I can't let anyone see but me for right now. So,
oh boy,
your favorite.
Fun times are about to befall us.
Yeah.
Fieldo.
Oh, Fieldo.
May Fieldo guide us to our victory.
So yeah, let me.
Well, this makes my Fieldo excited.
It's alright, I have a plan. I'm not gonna outright just punch this guy in the back of the head. As much as though it may seem, I'm not just going to rabbit punch this guy to death.
Yet.
Yeah. That's okay.
The trigger word is, well, the trigger phrase is nap time.
Nap time. Jesus. Okay.
The trigger phrase is gunshot.
Yeah, let me ascertain.
What does it trigger? Profuse bleeding.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Severe head trauma.
Located entirely in the neck.
Entirely in the neck. Okay.
How is that head trauma, you may ask? Well, their lack of one.
If they are not going to use their corpus callosum, they should not be allowed to have it.
You don't need a frontal lobe, right? Like, can I borrow it?
Are you gonna finish that?
When your homie walks up to you asking if he can borrow a french fry, you best return it.
Are you
gonna
Hey, this is taking a while. I'm kind of scared.
Oh, that's a lot of tokens that I'm being told I don't have permission to edit.
Yeah, no, you don't have permission to edit them. That's the beauty of it.
And I'm not trying to edit them.
No,
you know that 15 turret idea doesn't seem so far fetched anymore.
We said it, and then Emmerron started rubbing his greedy little hands together.
Greedy little hands. You flatter me.
Little did we know, those aren't turrets. Those are robots with the sole purpose
Atom
of stealing
Smashers.
eddies from our pockets.
They figured out how to clone
drones!
Atom
Not
Smasher.
the drones!
Drones with arms specifically designed to steal our eddies.
That's what I was thinking too, Prepper. It started dawning on me like, turrets can't move and we're outside. Why would he be? Oh god, what if they're drones?
Always a question worth asking.
No, it's
So
just a bunch of Daleks.
okay.
Oh no. No.
So I think I've got things mostly set up here where I am happy with it. So
Before you make me regret my decisions, can I unpause and drag Way about where somewhere? And then you can stop me wherever what's gonna happen would happen.
yeah,
because-
no, I mean you guys, if anyone is moving before anything here, you can move. Go ahead.
Oh no, game
I
is
mean,
so positive.
time is frozen,
Oh.
so.
Yeah.
Time.
There we go.
Tokyo.
Because you were saying the door is like right here, right?
Yeah. Zeke would be somewhere around.
The door
like,
is down
here.
here.
Like he walked. He was like somewhere over here. I imagine that as soon as you gesture, he like walks.
Unlike
So, yeah.
Wade, Typhoon's gonna wait to use the crosswalk.
Cool. All
I
right.
have a hoverboard. I'm the speed of a car. I'm pretty sure it may just be legal if I got a license plate on it.
May just be.
Yeah, definitely legal, even if you're in a car, to just go from the sidewalk across 2 lanes without signaling, and then crash into a wall.
Fucking do
So
try and pull me.
yeah. So with that said, so you all have moved where you're gonna move, and I want everyone to roll me perception one more time, please.
Uh-oh.
As you approach, you see death.
Okay. So Way's a 13.
Oh.
And Typhoon is a 20. Okay. Allow me to do something here real quick. I need a perception check. And I'll just do it from this sheet because it's in each of them.
Oh, I don't like the name of those guys.
And I'm gonna
no.
I'm gonna make them roll one other thing here real quick.
Man, I'm still on the sidewalk. That's kind of dangerous if they just have those things active all day.
They best not fuck up my camera.
So yeah, so this is what is about to happen. So let's change.
Zeke about to get brained.
Let's
by a
check the
damn
vibe
drone.
real quick here, right? All right, it's vibe check time. So
Oh no.
Can I at least do my trick roll first? Can I at least hit that athletics to see if I hit the wall?
go
point
ahead.
first?
Yeah. Because this will be a
Gotta-
DB. Because you said it was what trick you were trying to do?
It's basically an ollie up onto the wall. You tap the board onto the wall and then slam it back down. So, like, I would say, arguably 13, easily 15.
Okay, let's do 15.
Cool.
All right,
Nailed
cool.
it.
So yeah, you nail this trick, and you notice this netrunner looking up at you, and you just hear a single word: "Go." And all three of you, your ears fill with the sound of buzzing. And Typhoon, you're the only one who notices as a set of drones descends on you.
Oh, you have models for them now.
Oh, yeah, they're there. They've been there. That's the fun part. That's what I couldn't let anyone see.
Oh shit.
So you see a series of paperback book-sized bee drones flying at you. So Typhoon, you'll get a chance to evade these things, but the other two, not so much.
It doesn't mean I'll succeed.
No, he does not. Roll me.
No, that's when you're gonna sneak attack someone die.
So yeah, we've got a series of.
I do want to say the moment you said go, in real life on my playlist, Black Betty started it playing immediately afterwards, like in sync, and I was like, oh, this isn't our music.
Yep. So Typhoon, go ahead and roll me 2 more evasion checks there.
Oh, I could do that, yeah.
Okay, so 13 and 2 22s. That's pretty good. So the first of these, and actually I'll need 3 more, but we'll start with these. So first check, so this will be against your 13, is gonna hit. The second is a 20, which will miss, and the third is a miss. So one of these wasp drones catches you pretty much right in the side of your arm, and you hear the hissing sound of an air hypo. And you don't see your armor ablate, but you immediately feel nauseous as a vial of biotoxin is injected into you.
Oh boy.
Go ahead and roll me a resist drugs torture check, please.
Oh boy.
And that's just enough to resist its effects. So now roll me 2 more
3 more?
evasions, please.
Oh, 2 more?
Two more evasions, yep, because one of them hit you and the toxin didn't affect you.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so a 10 and a 16. So the first of these. The second of these. All right, so those are gonna both hit. Roll me 2 more resist drug torture checks, please.
You got it.
As you hear the hiss of the air hypos hitting you here. Oh my
I think I'm fine.
gosh. Yeah, you successfully evade all the biotoxin from these guys. So these drones are going to move collectively. Let's see, because this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. And yeah, they are going to just rotate around and start looking at Zeke here as you've succeeded resisting their venom.
Can I say quickly, like, as I evaded these things, Typhoon yelled across the street, just, Wei, grab them!
Yeah, and Wei, you were about to get attacked with these guys' stingers as well. Similarly, you can roll evasion on them. But you'll have to roll me 3 to start with, and I'll compare the first set.
Okay. So I'm going to do a 1 evasion,
Okay, so it's a 24,
a 2 evasion.
24 in the third,
Just like me. 2 8s.
Nope.
and a crit
Followed
failure.
by... You got the same exact 3
All
as me.
right.
2 8s and a 1.
So the first of these is a miss. The second of these is a miss. And the third of these will hit. Please go ahead and roll me a resist drugs torture as you feel that same hiss of an air hypo.
And biotoxin is DV17, right?
These are DV17, yes.
I have hope. Let's go.
Just barely make it. All right, cool. So one of these does get its biotoxin into you. Now roll me 2 more evasion checks as the other 2 attempt to hit you with their stingers as well.
Dude, rolled
All right.
3 attacks. That's why I rolled 3 evasions. I'm confused.
All right. Well, they've got rate of fire 2.
Oh, okay.
I am
So,
assuming
I'm
it's
just
just
doing
along the lines of if, like, they miss, they attack a second time.
Exactly. Yeah, because they've still got biotoxin left. So one of
And you
these.
need a third one then?
No, because one of them it hit and you just resisted the biotoxin, so it doesn't have
Oh,
more
cool.
biotoxin to administer. So that one is going to rotate away. The other 2 will be left next to you here, and then these remaining 3 over here are going to go. Let's see here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Ah, those sneaky bastards.
Yep, and we're looking at DV20 from a lot of them.
They have ranged?
They do have range. So, wait,
Oh, no, bro.
would you please roll me if you are either roll me or tell me, are you okay with a DV20?
It depends on what they're would I know what they're shooting before? Like, are they trying to shoot their needles at me, or am I getting shot at with a gun?
They're shooting needles at you.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to evade. I trust my evasion to give me more than a 20.
More than a
At
20?
least on
Okay.
this,
Roll me,
on this first
roll me
one.
3 of
See.
those. All right, so the first is a 19, so it sets it lower.
Ooh.
The second,
That one's higher.
that's higher. Okay, cool. That's a 35. And then the third, 21.
21.
Okay. So you have a 19, a 35, and a 21. So the first of these checks is going to hit.
Ooh.
And the
All right.
second of these
Oh boy.
is going to miss. And the third of these is going to miss. So again, roll me a resist drugs torture.
Easy.
Easy. Okay, cool. So now we are gonna roll everyone into initiative, please.
Oh, I really hope we rolls high. I want it. I cannot describe how brutally I want to just jump on and beat this guy to death, and I think Way agrees.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Oh, he does.
I just rolled perfect initiative. Way wants blood.
All right, so let's fire up the soundtrack to battle here. All right. So yeah, Wei, with you going first, you have the initiative. Go ahead and make your action.
I'm going to roll straight up to this guy and just attempt to grapple. So I'm gonna swerve the board in front of him and go to grab him by his collar and just lift him up to me. And just wrap him up in that grapple.
Okay, brawling check.
Watch this guy have like a +20 to brawling.
Nope, Wei's got
Okay,
it.
I got it.
Nope, and I got him. And now, because... Hold on, does it take an action to equip as a human shield, or is it a free action to just turn him into my
I
shield?
believe it's an action to equip.
Okay,
So
okay.
your
I'll hold
your
that.
grapple would be the action. Yep.
Alright, we're holding that thought then.
Cool. So Wei is done. I assume you're done with your turn then, Wei.
Yep.
Typhoon.
Okay. Let's grab them. I'm gonna have Typhoon try and make a perception. He's gonna make a perception check.
Okay.
So look, because he's assuming that there ain't no way one person's controlling 9 drones, and if they are, we're truly fucked. So he's
Okay.
gonna pray that there's some other people somewhere that he just hasn't seen.
So
Now
this will be your action for the turn. Just
Yeah.
FYI.
Oh,
Okay.
I see fuck all.
Cool. Yeah, I believe from that perspective, just going up to check some stealth here that I know I did roll. Let's see. Visual perceptions. Stealth. Yep. All the stealth rolls that need to be made were higher. So, yeah. So you unfortunately do not see any additional net runners.
Okay, that's fine. For movement, I will. I'm going to walk into the middle of the street, and I play Pot of Greed and end my turn.
Okay, very cool. So the drone operator goes next here. So they're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And these drones are gonna try and shoot at Wei. So Wei, you have a DV-15 right now with where these drones are located. So are you going to roll evasion, Way?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, so you want 3 in a row?
Yeah, 3 in a row, please.
Ooh.
Doesn't he also suffer a -2 on the evasion just because he's grappling someone?
No, it's if you're grappled, it does that penalty.
If you're grappled, you're -4, I think.
Yep.
But like, say I were to hit the guy that I'm grappling, he has a -4 to the dodge, but I don't take the penalty to my attack.
Yep. So that's 1, 2, 3. Okay. So we're looking at 29 and 2 19s. So the first will miss.
It's gonna take a miracle for these other 2 to miss. Oh, and I got one.
And the
Come
third
on, give me
one.
one more, buddy.
Yep.
Let's go. I love you tonight, Dice.
All right, cool. So it's Zeke, we're on to you.
Quickly, just because I'm slightly confused, is that like a homebrew rule on the grappling? Because in the book, it says when you're grappling someone, both people are considered grappled and get a -2.
Oh, interesting.
Like whenever you're grabbing someone. Yeah, it's on page 178 if you want to fact. I might just be misunderstanding, but
no, you're if you're seeing it there, I will say that you are right.
I totally trust you.
But
I
that-
just want to read it for myself.
Yeah, that's all
179.
good though. That's all good though, because even then the dart guns would still have missed.
yeah. I was just like, wait a minute. I swear I read this.
Yeah,
like,
no,
a
if
week
you
ago.
if you read it, it's been a while since I've looked at that rule, so that's very possible. So I'm happy to rule it that way moving forward.
Not to be that guy, but like, actually, it says right here on page 178 of the rulebook.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, no, if that's what it says, then that's what we go by. I just
Yep, both of you are not considered to be in a grapple and take -2 to all actions for as long as you both remain in the grapple. All grapple the defender cannot use blah 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 blah. Okay, yeah.
actually page 177. Yeah, thank you. So so Zeke, what are we doing?
There are drones here, and I'm afraid of them, so I'm going to shoot them out of the sky.
Okay.
Or at least make the attempt to. So, first we'll be targeting this little bastard.
Okay.
Incoming attack.
Ooh.
Okay, would like to see that.
Good. Yep, that's a hit. Go on, roll me damage. All right, and that will be enough to get through the drone's armor. It's not enough to kill it, but it is enough to get through the drone's armor.
Okay, here comes the second one.
And that is a hit. Roll me damage. All right. Very cool. So that is going to deal some damage to the drone. The drone is still active.
And then I'll go at 1, 2, 3.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Cool. So next, we come to the next assassin drone operator here. And these drones are having all expended their biotoxin, going to circle toward you now, Zeke. And so these are looking at 6 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. DV-13s all around on these guys as they launch dart guns at you. Are you evading?
What? The DV? Sorry.
13.
13. I will, in fact, try to evade.
Okay.
So I need 3.
Yes, 3 evasion checks, please.
1,
Okay, so
2,
19,
3.
17, and a crit. You guys are rolling big on the crit.
Oh, big boy.
Holy shit. Okay. So the first shot is a 17, so you do dodge that. The second check is a 19. This will hit you. And the final check, which needs a miracle to hit you, is going to miss. So roll me resist drugs torture, Zeke.
Ooh, this
DV is 17, so you need to roll at least an 18 here. Not enough. So Zeke, you will be
my resist
taking-
drugs and torture is not high.
You will be taking 10 hit points straight to your health. No armor ablation.
Ow!
Yep, as you just feel this wave of nausea come over you as the biotoxin enters your body. And then we will go to the drone operator down here, who is currently being grappled by Wei. So they are going to simply command the drones to continue attacking you, Wei. So they will take -2s on these. But all of these drones are going to start shooting you with dart guns. So DV-13s all around. All right, DV-22.
Oh, it wasn't muted. Cool. I just started rolling and didn't say anything, assuming I was muted.
No, you're totally fine. So 22, 19, and the final is a 23. Okay.
All better than 13. I'm happy.
Yep. So let me quickly copy a mod here because I'll need all 3 of these rolls. So the first of these checks is a 19. The second of these checks is a... Whoops, this is going to be 2 less. So yeah, that's 17. So that's still going to miss you. And then the third check is A 21.
He tried, it still misses because it's up against a 23.
Yep.
No.
So now I'm going to roll. Very cool. All right. Wait, we're back to you.
All right. So now I'm going to just kind of deactivate the board as I equip. I'm going to equip the dude as a human shield and just deactivate the board so it drops to the ground. Step forward with him, kind of towards the drones more. I'm just moving diagonal so he doesn't stack on top of them. But I'm going to leave the board on the ground and just start controlling this guy.
Okay.
And that is my turn because that is my action.
And so so you're going to use that as a shield. Okay, gotcha. Cool. All right, Typhoon.
How high up do the drones float?
They're floating at about chest level. So they are like within the regular kind of distance as like a human would be.
So upon seeing, like, out of the corner of his eye, Zeke get shot, he's gonna flip a 180, walk up, and I'm going to punch the drone in front of me using martial arts.
Okay, bet. Go ahead and roll me the check for that. And the drone will try to evade. This is going to be too higher than it states, but it's still a hit. So you should be using, by the way, your martial arts attack thing down here, just so that you have a little damage.
Yeah, it's the same stat, but...
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So go ahead and roll me damage on that, because that'll be dealt to the drone here.
Ooh. Oh, hold on. My brain demands I must actually targeting it using T.
You're good. Yep. Awesome. So with that will destroy the drone. So you land your fist into this drone and it crumples to the ground, deactivated. So this drone now is dead.
I will now walk over its corpse, stepping on the corpse, and I will now punch the drone right in front of me again.
Okay.
Just to rate of fire.
Yep, go ahead and roll that for me. Very nice. Yep, and it doesn't evade you, so go ahead and roll me the damage.
Punch it.
Nice. Not enough to kill it, but very good. All right.
Very nice.
Yep. So
and that's the end of my turn.
Okay, cool. So we now come to the operator operating these 3 drones. So they are going to get closer to Zeke. Zeke, these drones are all 6 meters from you. So DD is 13 for each of these. Would you like to dodge?
Yes. So it's a 1, 2,
16,
and a 3.
Okay. And 19. Okay. So the first of these, so against the 16, the drone rolls a 22. The second drone against that rolls a 20, so that will hit as well. And the third one against the 19 is going to roll 16. So that one misses. So for the first 2, go ahead and roll me a resist drugs torture check.
Didn't I roll a 21 for my second evasion?
16, 21. Oh, I apologize. You were right. So yeah, only roll me 1. You're good.
Okay. Cool. Please.
Not enough.
Shit.
So you will be taking 12 damage straight to your hands as the biotoxin further degrades you. Zeke, we're on to you now.
Oh yeah, let's switch gears and start shooting at these ones.
Okay. All right, that is indeed going to hit. Go ahead and roll me damage. Ooh, that's a good shot. Okay. So that will deal damage. It's not enough to kill, but it does pretty severely damage the bot as you clip one of its wings, so it struggles to kind of stay flying.
And here's that second one.
Hit, roll me damage. Ooh, okay. And that is indeed enough to down it. So that will kill the drone.
Awesome.
And with that now, do you have anything more to do, Zeke?
If possible, bulletproof shield is coming out now.
If possible, what?
The bulletproof shield is coming out to play.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it's a free action to deploy it, so you're good.
Cool.
Yep. So with that, we go to the next drone operator. And so 2 more drones up here. So these are going to be attacking you, Typhoon. So they're DV13 currently to shoot you.
Oh.
That one will be a DV12.
Well,
okay.
And this one won't be.
And that one is a DV31. Okay, cool. So against the DV12, we have a hit. And against the DV31, we have a miss. Okay. So roll me resist drugs torture. Yep, that is not going to affect you. So you are good. All right. And then this last drone operator that is still being grappled is again going to command all of these drones to attack B-Way. So we are looking at DV13 currently for you.
What are you, stupid guy? He's just killed himself. Enjoy rolling damage on your NPC. He's a human shield right now, and he can't dodge even if he has 8 reflex because he is currently grappled as my shield. And he's wasted his action and taken his fingers off the chest piece.
Did forget that. So what I will do, because they are smarter than that, I will try to break the grapple then.
Alright, let's see.
Drones attack him, get stabbed.
So that is their brawling. Not enough. Okay. So that'll be... Yep, that will be the end of the round. However, at this point, you all hear the clattering of boots as you see several well-armed troops run out of a nearby alleyway.
Oh no.
And they draw assault rifles and prepare to engage you all. So these guys will now be rolled into initiative. Okay. So let me pull that combat tracker up here. Cool. Wei, you are still top initiative.
Okay, so I'm going to try and not do the aim strike, but the regular pressure point strike, and just try and freeze the dude that I have as a human shield. I want to freeze him as my human shield so he can't attempt to escape next turn.
Okay, so yeah, that's resolved with just your martial arts. And they can still attempt to evade this strike at a -2, right?
Human shield cannot dodge ranged attacks, so yeah, I would assume that they can.
Okay. Ooh. Not happening. Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll me the damage on that. All right, so that will apply to them. And then they will take the spinal injury, critical injury here. So I will mark them as stunned. And then...
Actually, that does raise a curious question. Since it is biotoxin, if he were to die, would it be applying the damage to his body and just kind of melting him away as if it were like a normal human shield taking bullets, how it breaks down over time?
I mean, the biotoxin would affect the, it would affect their hip pool, so Presumably, yes.
That's such a cool image.
Yeah, so Typhoon, we're on to you.
Okay. He's going to once again punch the drones.
Okay. Drone punch 1 says
Mediocre.
16 versus the drone,
Yeah, that's...
who does beat it. Yep. And then the second.
Ugh.
I mean, that's still not too bad. But it is enough for the drone to evade.
Okay, cool. And he's gonna shimmy over this way about this far to try. Oh, wait. Wait, hold on. Let me think about that. Wait a sec. You said they have assault rifles, right?
They do. They pull out assault rifles as they round the corner.
Never mind. Then he's gonna get closer.
All right.
And he's gonna call over the radio to, because he has the earpiece, to Zeke real quick and say, if you have to run to not die, run.
Yep. And with that, the first of these operatives is gonna open up and start firing at you, Typhoon. So they are going to fire a single shot in your direction.
Okay, what's their DV currently?
DV to hit you is 16.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll that.
Ooh, yeah. You just barely dodged the shot.
Arasaka. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
So-
hell nah.
So
Zeke ain't running now.
these assassin drones are still on you, Zeke, so they are going to fire the dart guns at you again. DV13.
For these two in front of me?
Yep, the 2 in front of you.
Okay. Time to tuck and roll, as they say.
All right. DV17 and 15. The first
Damn.
against the DV17
I stab a shield out this time.
is a critical miss, so you are safe from that one. And from the second one, it is a hit. Roll me that resist drugs torture, please.
Would the bulletproof shield not help him at all?
Oh, it would actually, yes. So it will hit the shield instead, so you are safe behind that. So Zeke, we now come to you.
Time to shoot the bastard drones. I believe I shoot them.
That is a hit, yep. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Alright.
That's pretty good. Yep, so that is going to do damage to the Suzumabachi drone.
And the second...
Yeah. Oh, that is definitely
Oh.
going to hit.
This bodes well.
That bodes very well. Roll me damage.
This bodes well. Maybe-ant.
All right. Well, no, that's still pretty good. So it's not going to destroy the drone, but it's definitely done quite a bit of damage to it. And any movement from you there?
Nah.
No movement. Holding your ground. Very brave. All right. So, Typhoon, you are staring down. So one of these drones is going to move to be within 6 meters of you. So you are dealing with 2 drones, each firing at you with a DV of 13.
Yeah, let's see. I think I'll get the evasion medium rare.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Looks like I'm getting it well done.
So that's going to be the first roll, and that will hit you. So resist
I'll
drugs torture
roll-
on that,
yeah.
please.
I'll roll that too real quick.
Yep, that's fine.
I think I'm fine.
You're good on that one, and then on this second shot by the second drone. Oh, just barely dodging that one.
No, that hits me.
That hits you. Another resist
Yeah.
drugs torture, please.
Oh, I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs.
You are feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. So
3 ones.
you are going to be taking 2.
It almost was.
So you take 8 damage straight to your health, though, as the biotoxin sinks in.
Ooh. All right. It would say sounds good, but it doesn't.
Yep. Then obviously this drone operator just loses her turn entirely because she can't move. But she is no longer stunned at the end of that. And then we've got these 3 security operatives. So the remaining 2 that have yet to attack are going to open fire on you, Typhoon. Let me just check one thing here real quick. Okay. Yeah, they're going to just fire single shots. DV16. Are you going to dodge?
Oh,
No?
I didn't change it.
Didn't change it.
Could be worse.
Well, that,
Oh.
yep. And then the next one here, who is also at a DV16, DV18 now.
Oh,
Oh no.
Yeah, so that's going to be damage to you.
painful.
And this is going to be
Ow.
a critical
Oh.
hit, 23 damage. And I will roll your critical injury now. You get a dismembered hand. So the hand holding your very heavy pistol comes flying off, dropping your very heavy pistol in the process.
Luckily, I can pick that up pretty easily.
Yeah, with your other mechanical hand.
Yeah.
So yeah, you lose your hand in the middle of this. So with that, Way.
So I'm assuming I would hear his shrieks of pain from across the street.
Probably, yeah. I'd imagine he's not being particularly quiet about the fact his hand just came flying off.
So, what I would like to do is, here's a sequence of events because I want to make sure that it can play out this way. I want to sock this dude in the back of the head, hop on the board, drag him across the street, hop back off the board, and then whack him again in the head and start holding him back up in front of me.
Cool, so you just want to basically just start throwing martial arts damage at him?
Yeah, I'm wondering though if, because the motion is so simple of basically stepping onto the board and then it acts as if it's controlled with neural plugs, if I could step onto it with him, float across, and then hop back off in front of Typhoon if the move gets upgraded to that.
Let me see what we can do.
I get athletics deviate.
Yeah, let me check first, because I want to read real quick. Because generally starting a vehicle, even if it's one like a hoverboard, is still it's still an action to start a vehicle.
Oh, and take the action to like boost it up and start going. I got you.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to do that all in one turn. You could still move your normal movement and whack this Netrunner in the head twice, but that's all you can do.
Yeah, I'm gonna whack him and then we're gonna start dragging him across the street and try and make it over there normally. I'll just leave the board for now.
So they are going to try to evade, obviously, as you do this. So roll me martial arts. Oh my.
Oh no. Okay, that's not that bad. Or
Still a
after
hit.
negation anyways, why am I worried?
Still a hit.
So,
Yep, go ahead and roll me the damage on that.
bleed, buddy.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yep, that is damage.
So then we're going to move our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I'm going to hit him a second time and spin him around to this position in front of me.
Cool. Yep, go ahead and roll me the damage on that. Or the attack up first, please.
Yep.
21 there.
I'm sure that's going to hit though.
Yeah, that should hit. Yep, that's a hit. Go ahead and roll me the damage. Oh my god, okay.
Oh no.
Finally.
I'm getting it back in blood for you.
Yeah, and then that is going to be a
Why?
broken ribs critical injury for this poor Netrunner. All right. So, Typhoon, we now come to you, missing a hand.
I just want to note, he ain't no poor netrunner. He just called out biotoxin assassin drones for a heavy-set dude on a hoverboard. He deserves everything that's about to come to him.
Oh boy.
I'm going to hold on. That's not the right tool for that. Sorry, one sec. That's bro. I'm having a time here. Yeah, I'm gonna drop a smoke grenade at my feet.
Okay. Cool.
As my action.
Yep. Go ahead and yeah, just mark that area for me.
Yes. It's 10 meters, right?
10 meters. Yep.
Boom.
Yep. Perfect. And then yeah, so that's just go ahead and roll me. As a matter of fact, no, because you're just dropping it at your feet.
Yeah.
So I'm not even going to make you roll athletics for that because you're just dropping it on yourself.
And picking up a weapon is a free action, yeah?
It is, yeah. Picking up and
yeah, okay.
Is an action.
So he's gonna just quickly yoink his pistol off the ground via grapple hand. Well, I'm glad he didn't lose that.
Yeah. Yeah. Wonders how you pull the pin without a hand. That's a good point, actually.
He bites the pin.
No, that would rip out your teeth, actually. Somehow. You got a robot hand. I bet it's strong enough to do it with your thumb.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're just pinning it against your chest, ripping the pin with your hand, and then grabbing it and just dropping it to the ground kind of thing. Because you could probably still pin it with your arm and then pull the pin and just drop it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, so that's the end of your turn then, Typhoon?
Yep.
Cool, so these security operatives are not particularly happy about this whole situation that's developed. So they are going to, let's see. They are going to push down, let's see, moving 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Wei, this one's gonna shoot it at you. Current DV is 16.
Did you forget the murder that'll happen? I got one of his homeboys hostage. He may be Arasaka, but if he doesn't care, he can gun down the homie. He's still a human shield.
Then it's gonna shoot at Zeke. So Zeke, you are going to
had
get
to
shot
say
with
something.
this. Yep, DV 15.
Also, just out of curiosity, would they technically be shooting at him through the smoke because it's like their line of sight is obstructive through the smoke? This is just a general gameplay question because I'm curious about this interaction.
Yeah, so I mean, they would take that, so it'd be more like, just so I don't have to add the mod, it would be more like a DV 19 that they'd have to beat right now, Zeke. So it's your call.
Yeah. Because they have the -4.
Yep.
I'll take that.
You'll take that. Okay. DV 19. Miss. All right. Now for this drone operator. So they are continuing to use the drones to shoot at Yuzi. So these are 6-meter shots, so DV 13.
And I've still got my shield up, so even if I don't, if I've managed to evade.
Ah, that is indeed true. So yeah, they're going to still roll these attacks on you.
Alrighty.
Yep, so both of them would hit, but yeah, they just clatter against your bulletproof shield, and you're good. Zeke.
I'm going to continue to bully these drones.
Okay.
Bully the small children. I mean
First shot.
drones.
Cool, that's a hit.
Please kill.
Ooh, yeah, that should be enough. That is indeed enough. Yep, that drone
Sick.
is exploded. They're dead.
Yeah, on to the next one.
Yep, DV 13. Hit, roll me damage.
That's not what you like to see.
Nope, and that will not be enough to go through the drone's armor.
From here, I will go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Next is the drone operator's turn over in this direction. So these drones are going to move up to you, Typhoon, and they are going to fire their dart guns without penalty since they are within melee range of you.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Let's see. What do you think I'm gonna do? What do you think I'm gonna do in this situation?
Yeah, that's what I thought. So first is a hit, and the second, let me see. I've only got one sheet. Excuse me. There we go. The second one is a miss. So roll me 1 resist drugs torture, please. That is not enough.
Oh.
So you are
What
taking...
is the Devion biotoxin, out of curiosity?
So this is enhanced biotoxin. So it is normal biotoxin is 15, enhanced biotoxin is 17. Because it's made with distilling compound with Dex 2 to the DV. So
And and in this situation, for the game rules, the biotoxin counts as the defender.
Well, yeah, so resist torture drugs, it's just a DV to beat. So just like any other skill check, you have to roll above the DV to succeed.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yep, so it's 11 damage you take straight to your health as the biotoxin further poisons you. So yeah, you're not looking so hot. So this drone operator, seeing that they have a very, very slim chance getting this out of this alive here, they are going to use their net skills to set a virus in the system here in order to continue operating these drones even if they are dead, with a very specific set of automated functions. So DV on this, I'm gonna call it a 10. They're gonna fail at doing this. So yep, they are not doing good. So these security operatives now that are left up here, they are going to march in to the smoke here. I'm doing this for each of them just to make this a little easier. They are going to swing down on you, Typhoon, with combat knives.
All right. I am going to evade.
Yep. So the first of their checks is a 12.
I opened the evasion thing and closed it when I got confused.
So that's a miss. The second of their checks is a 12 again. And that is a miss. The third of their checks is a 10.
And I'm assuming there's going to be one more after that one.
Yep, and the final one is a miss. Good, you're just dodging them. Very, very good.
Yep.
All right, cool. Wei, we're on to you.
A fun fact, as I was double reading up on rules, there is a way out when I do have a human shield. You can aim for the head. If you if I'm your only target and you need to take a shot, the guy wouldn't hesitate. You can't aim for the head.
Yep, I gotcha.
What do I want to do? Well, I wouldn't be able to see my buddy in there with the dismembered hand in the cloud of smoke. Oh, it's funny because my first thought is literally the worst thing that I could probably do to all of you. So I'm going to stick with the safe plan, and I'm going to punch the dude's phone. I want to completely annihilate his agent.
Okay, that will be, so you're doing that to the person you've grappled?
Yep.
So they will still be able to take an evasion on that. And it will, be with obviously like the additional -2 here. But you will take the aim shot penalty for this.
Ooh.
So are you okay?
I might just be able to kill him faster. I'm going to drag him slightly deeper into the smoke, bump into Zeke and go, "Oh, hi there," and then realize I can't go any further and just start wailing on this guy. So
cool.
hold
Yep.
on.
Oh yeah, no, that is not happening. So go ahead and roll me damage. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure this person is dead. Yes, they are. They die a horrible death here. So, and immediately these drones down here all cease to function. So they are now inactive. So I am going to put them as though they are sleeping.
And I'm going to keep him toward the bottom of me, but now that he's a deceased corpse, damn it, I should have released him first. My plan was to hit him once, release him because it's a free action while he's still alive to release a human shield, and then finish him off when I see that he's low. It didn't play out that way, though, so we're going to drag him 2 more steps, and I'm going to elbow this guy behind me, but I'll have the -2 and he won't for the dodge.
Yep. Well, no, because you're no longer grappling a real person. You're just holding them as a human shield, a corpse now.
Oh, so they're no longer squirming. I don't get my minus. Cool.
Yeah, you don't get your minus anymore. You're just holding them up as like a shield and then just like punching with every hand. So, yep, that is pretty good. Evasion is not there. Go ahead and roll me damage. Oh my. All right. Wow.
So much for a passive elbow to introduce myself to the fight.
Yeah, so you just come flying through the smoke at this guy. You just hear, what the fuck? And you just feel the side of this dude's combat helmet crack as you just land a blow on it. So with that, Typhoon, we come to you.
How tall are the buildings that I'm right next to?
They're pretty tall. They are probably at least 7 stories. So your grapple hand is not getting you all the way to the top.
That's really tall. Well, I'm just going to take an aimed shot at the guy's head that Wei just so kindly elbowed.
Okay, you're taking an aim shot?
Yeah. Hold on, I didn't have my pistol equipped.
Get him, boss. I
Here we
believe.
go.
Thanks for with us tonight.
Yeah.
I'm probably not gonna hit because I have another -2 from the injury, but...
No, that is indeed a hit.
Oh, perfect.
Let's go.
Yep, roll me damage. Hell yeah. Alright, so this guy is taking the big hurt. He is suffering pretty bad now, as that like pierces through his helmet. And yeah.
And I'm quickly just gonna shimmy over into this corner just to keep moving in the smoke.
Yep.
While calling over the radio, I think we need to run.
Yep, so this next security operative, seeing everyone kind of going into the smoke here, is going to move in here and is going to attempt to stab Zeke with his knife.
That's not very nice.
No, these guys are Arasaka, therefore not very nice.
Oh boy.
It is a miss.
Ah, I suck.
Oh, barely. Okay, very cool. You dodge. So with that, we come to the drone operator who has 1 remaining drone. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this drone will be going for your head with their dart gun. So it is a DV-13.
Yeah, I'll evade. Oh.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, that is a miss. All right. Cool. Zeke.
It's
And actually,
flashy time.
at this point, before your turn comes up here, actually, this operator is going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you start to see this operator over here moving. across the street as they kind of drop their facade. But yeah, Zeke, now we're on you.
So, I'll go ahead and take a couple slashes with the Wakizashi at this drone.
Okay.
And would I have any negatives in the smoke here in melee range?
Not from the smoke. If you're injured, you would still take those, obviously, but not the...
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, not the smoke. Yep. So this thing's evasion is a 18, and you barely clear it with a 19. Go ahead and roll me the damage on that.
Okay.
All right. Well, and that 11 damage is... Oh, no. It
should be... Yeah, this one should be undamaged.
It still will... Yeah, it still will take damage as though it were a armored target. But yeah, then you can roll again, and we'll see what happens this time.
Here's the second attack. Ooh.
Oh, baby.
Beautiful.
Coming in hot. Yep, that's a hit. Go ahead and roll me the damage. All right. Very cool. That is enough to kill this drone entirely. So that drone.
In this case,
goes
I'll go
down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Cool. And then, yeah, so that's all 3 of that runner's drones down. Okay, cool. So now we come to this one. So this one is going to pull their drones up further around you here. And they are going to continue shooting you with their dart guns. Oh my.
Oh boy.
So the first is against a 16, and it barely misses. And the second one is against your 24. And it does miss as well. All right, very cool. We now go to... This one's dead, so I'll just remove them from the initiative. And... Oh, I'm confused too, please, but that's okay. Because this one is visible. That's where I've gotten mixed up. So one...
Another side note, in case it factors into your plans, because I just noticed it didn't really come up when I first used this. And reading more into it, melee attacks also cannot be interposed by a human shield. So basically, if somebody gets close to me, they can go around the human shield. You just can't shoot past it from any distance.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Zeke, we're looking at a DV20 for a shot.
I'll take that.
You'll take that. Okay.
I'll take that. I'm not going to try and set or surpass a DV20 for evasion.
Oof. Okay. Very cool. Now we come to the security operatives. So they are going to... See, this is indeed the one. Yeah. So, Wei, they are encircling you, and they are going to shoot at you. This one is going to drop a very heavy pistol. DV13.
So if they're shooting, then it's going to pop the shield.
Yep, and that's fine.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
I'll have it interposed then, and his body stat is probably next to nothing, so we'll just see if damage destroys him.
Yep, because that is going to hit through the DV, the body. Yeah, the body's only 4 on your target, so...
And
That
does
is-
he go poof and just fall over, or do I still have to drop him?
Yeah, so it just kind of disintegrates out of your hands as the corpse just loses its integrity. Just kind of slips out of your grip as it kind of just disintegrates. So you don't need to let go of it. It just is now worthless. And then the next one is going to do the same thing, drawing out their very heavy pistol, DV13.
Yep, you know we got to set a higher DV than 13. You die with those.
Okay. Yep, and he misses. So now we come to you, Way.
All right. And what's funny about that was I was going to ask you how shields disintegrate because I was pretty sure with a martial arts punch, I could probably disintegrate the body and then still have a punch to use.
Yeah.
So that I wouldn't have to waste the action dropping it. But now I get 2 punches. So I'm going to start with...
I mean, dropping anything isn't an action anyway. So because you just kind of let go and just kind of move on with your day.
Well, no, with human shield specifically, if I let them go as a live human shield, that's a free action. But if they die and then I'm dropping a corpse that still has stuff, then that counts as like releasing them and dropping the slump body. Unless you wanted to GM rule that, but
Oh, gotcha. I mean, I don't really understand why that would count any differently, considering you're just dropping them a dead piece of meat to the ground. So, yeah, that doesn't make a ton of sense to me when everything else would be free. So, but yeah, go
out.
Yeah, go ahead. It's your turn.
Yep, I'm not going to complain with a plus to me. I'm going to punch the guy directly north of me, hopefully. I'm pretty sure that'll punch.
Yeah, so the guy that is right in front of you.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to try to evade, but yeah, I doubt he's going to be able to with the penalty he's got for being horribly injured. Oh yeah, that's nothing. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Oh, horribly injured. I don't know if he's going to survive this.
Yeah, I'm going to say probably... No, he does, barely.
Cool. I'm going to do my usual, though, and we're going to two-piece and aim it at this guy next.
Mm-hmm.
That guy's already hurt, and he's already low. Now we need to hurt the other guy, so his rolls are lower, too.
Hit, yep. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Make him bleed.
Oh my god.
Make him bleed.
That's a hit. So, and then this guy's critical injury is broken ribs.
Yes. Oh, my baby back, ribs.
Typhoon, we come to you.
Okay. I just have a curious question. So, when you do an aim shot at something someone's holding it makes if you succeed, they drop it, right?
Right.
And upon, but picking something up is a free action, or is that different when you shoot it out of their hand?
Well, so shooting anything out of someone's hand it would be your action for the turn. Picking it up
I know.
is free, but yeah.
No, I mean for them, because if they could just pick it up for free on their next turn with no downside.
Yeah, because picking an item up is a free action. That's the way that works. So.
Okay, so yeah, shooting something out of someone's hand isn't optimal. Because they could just pick it back up.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, I'm going to, let me remeasure. Yeah, I'm gonna move out of the smoke to over here. And I'm gonna take an aim shot at this person's head with a DV of 15.
Yep, indeed, a DV15, and they cannot dodge bullets, so...
Well, looking good.
Oh my, there's the run-up he's been looking for. Yep, roll me damage on that.
Oh boy. Ugh.
So, I'm about to disappoint you, and the armor on that runner's head just deflects it. Yep.
Well,
so...
I ending my turn here.
Cool, so this security operative is gonna back off of way here, drop their knife and gun to the ground and pick up their rifle, and they are going to shoot at you with a DV15 Typhoon. DV is now 19. Ooh, and that causes their gun to jam, so that is...
Yes.
Yep, that is a miss and their gun jams. Next is the one you just tried to shoot in the head. And as you might imagine, they don't take that very kindly. So they are going to move up to you now, and they are going to attack you with a pistol.
Okay. Like
DV13.
shooting at me?
Yep.
Oh.
DV19. Yep, that's a miss. Wow, the enemies are rolling pretty bad. So that's not bad at all for you guys. Zeke, it's your turn.
It is time to reload the heavy pistol.
All right, so that's your action, is to reload. All right. And with that, is that your turn? Zeke, is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we come to these security operatives. So these guys are, they're hurting pretty badly. They're still going to level their very heavy pistols at UA in a act of defiance, if nothing else.
They don't even have the strength to throw punches anymore, and they're still going to try.
All right. And now the other one.
Here we go.
Dang, wow. Okay. Very cool. So yeah, you're still very healthy. On to UA.
Yep, and from like his perspective, he just had the 3 guys surrounding him in the bubble, and that one guy just tried to run out of the smoke. So
Yep.
he's going to 1, 2, 3 jump kick.
Okay.
So here's the martial arts roll on that before I do the jump. Oh yeah, he's dying. I'm sorry there, friend. I'm sorry. His gun jammed. The crit fails the dodge. Next to me, here comes the crit injury. This is the end of this guy's day. I think we found where the gate guard guy got pushed.
Yep.
Good doggy.
It's a good dog. Jesus.
Yeah, 1, 2.
So yeah. Yep, and then this guy is gonna go flying, and he is prone. So that's very, very good stuff. And then is that the end of your turn, Way?
Yeah.
Cool. Typhoon.
I think I'll now that they're point blank and I have an even better DV, I think it's time for another aim shot to their head.
Okay. That is a hit. Go ahead and roll me the damage.
Okay, good damage this time for the love of everything.
Oh, that is much better
Much
damage
better.
this time. Yep. So that is going to get into their head here and deal a bit of damage.
Now, just with my movement, if I were to put myself here, would I be like behind cover?
Behind
Like
the
using
sign,
this-
you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would be behind cover.
Okay. That's all of my movement, but I'm hiding like a little bitch.
Cool. We now go to this drone operator. And they are going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And
They don't like me.
They do not like you. And they are going to aim around the cover at you here with the DV-13. DV-18. They will hit
That's
you.
gonna hurt.
Yes, it will. That is 17 damage. So, yeah, you are very close.
I'm
to
feeling it, Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, Zeke, we're on to you.
So, might I place an AP grenade from my arm right over here?
Yes. So the go ahead and draw me the 10-meter circle on that.
So, circle.
All right, so the DV to do that for you there is going to be, let me set your DV. Because you're doing this with your grenade launcher.
Yes.
DV 15.
DV 15, all right. We take those.
And I will mention this. Yeah, you aren't within the sphere. Wow. Okay, very cool.
Yeah, I just had to check that.
Yeah, no, and none of these guys can dodge bullets, so they're all going to get hit by that. Go ahead and roll me your damage.
Good. Please show me something good.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Oh,
Very
yes,
good.
we see a 24
I'm going
crit.
to kiss you.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yep. So that's dead. That's dead. So yeah, this one is dead. This one is
Vaporized.
Dead.
Reduced to atoms.
This one
War Thunder Crew
is
POV.
dead. This one is dead.
For flavor, can we know what crit injuries they got?
Typhoon, get the camera! I hate a clip!
Oh my god, I hit a collateral. Get the camera, Mom, get the camera.
And then with my move,
Yeah, so
I'll
that
go
dude's
1,
whole back
2.
gets blown open. This one loses his hand in the explosion.
Zeke blew out someone's
And,
back? Sus.
and there is a hidden character here who gets slapped by this as well.
Oh.
So the assassin drone
cheeky
operator
little
up
rat.
here screams out in pain as you manage to also deal damage to her, and she also loses a hand. So yeah, not good for the team here. They are very much getting fucked up. And so with that, Zeke, is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay. So these security operatives are out of the picture. Awesome. So we come back to this drone operator who, after being attacked on the building, says, "Fuck!" And they pull their agent out. Mission abort! Fucking mission abort! And they are going to stumble down off of this 4 and 5 as they are trying to get away. Wait.
I'm torn right now. Well, no, he would follow up. So he'd kick that guy to the ground and just start punching the shit out of him.
Okay,
so
roll the
get it
damage.
On this bed.
Cops
just
swing
straight
by.
damage?
Ali's just full hands. Just roll me the attack. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I have crit negation, so that'll still be a 16.
That'll be a 16. Okay. This guy's going to try and roll evasion against it and will also fail. Way worse. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Oh, spectacularly.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Oh my god,
Oh,
the
coup de
crits.
grace, anyone?
The crits are coming and they don't stop coming. Oh my god. So, yeah, this guy's on the ground. He's hurting bad. And actually, hold up. Did I not apply damage to him the last round? How did that happen? 'Cause you definitely...
Don't forget his crit injury. I want to see another set of broken ribs.
Yeah, because you did this to him the last turn. Yeah, because that's your one martial arts, and then, yeah, you didn't do it. Oh, I may have applied it to the wrong security officer. That's okay. I'm still okay with
They
that.
would have died from the grenade anyways, so...
Yeah, they would have. So that's a broken arm. So, yeah, you literally snap his arm. And, yeah, I mean, this guy is pretty... He's dead, honestly.
Oh,
Considering...
yeah, I still had the other guy selected. That's why I don't know how to untee somebody.
Yeah, it's all good. Quiston, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So yeah, go ahead and roll me your second attack on it, because I think even the way I'm thinking this through is even if you, as long as you can hit this one, yeah, and
Even if he was still breathing, he dies.
that's gonna hit no matter what I roll. So yeah, this guy is pretty much completely fucking dead. So yeah, he's barely alive according to the dice, but honestly, with everything else that's happening, I think it's safe to call him dead. Because, yeah, we kind of messed that up where we accidentally killed one guy that shouldn't have died. So he's out of the combat. He is dead. And so, yeah, you break his arm and literally just shove the compound fractured arm into his ribs. And he is dead. Typhoon.
I think I have an inkling that I'm going to do another aimed shot at that person's head, because I assume the DV is still 13 from where I'm standing.
It is, yes. And that is indeed a hit. Go ahead and roll me the damage. All right, not too bad.
Viewers.
Yeah, just slightly below average. Yep, so they are taking damage. Are you moving
Okay.
at all, Typhoon?
Well, there's not really anywhere I can move to that would provide me cover from them without them just stepping around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'll just take one step this way just because, and then end my turn.
Cool. They're going to move around, and they're going to attempt to shoot you again. Oh.
Oh.
Bruh. Okay.
Bruh.
So damage is 11. Damage
Still
comes
alive.
out to... You're alive. Oh my god. Okay. Zeke. Yeah, it does. If you aim at the head, it does auto-calculate the double damage. Yep. Excellent. Heavy pistol to the... Yeah, normal. Yeah, that's a hit. Go ahead and roll me damage. Oh, baby. Should do something.
Why couldn't they just melee attack me so I could throw them?
Their body is not taking any damage yet. Wow, fuck. Or no, it probably has, actually. That's just still not enough to pierce the armor. Yeah, no, that's more what it is. No, their body actually hasn't taken damage. What? Yep, that's a hit again. Roll me damage.
They haven't been in a lot of combat, and I think every shot laid at them has been towards their head.
Okay, well, yeah, damn.
Bruh.
The headshots are stacking up here. So yeah, this drone operator now is the last one in the action. They're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, and they are going to leave the combat entirely running down the street, down an alleyway. And they are going to get away. Wait.
Damn, just before I would have been able to do that, and I realized I forgot my move last turn, and I probably could have closed that gap. But I guess now is the time to run to the aid of my friends, because those are the only two I'd still be able to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And they're behind cover from the sign, so pulling anything wouldn't even matter. So I'm going to actually just go full sprint, because that'll make it the rest of the way to there.
Cool.
That way I can at least shoot them and maybe bait a shot.
Yep, Typhoon.
I'm gonna do something that I bet I didn't even see coming myself until I thought about it exactly 2 seconds ago.
Wow, okay, what's that? What's the master arc here?
The master plan is to stand there, bleeding and bruised, and look them in the eye and attempt to face down them and say, fucking like, do you really think you can stop Typhoon and Wei? If those names should ring a bell.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Let's roll face down.
Oh, can I get a +1 on that? Because my rep 6 happenstancing right behind this guy, so maybe like as he says that, he turns around and looks, and that might add a little bit.
I'm gonna let him roll it normally because I don't know that operator would know you're there yet. So
can you apply luck to face down just out of curiosity?
You should be able to, I believe. Yes.
Well, I mean, I can just
No,
modify. Yeah, it doesn't have it, but I could add it myself. But I did it in the rules.
No, so if it doesn't have it in there, then it likely isn't allowable per the rules. So, because it's just your raw reputation against theirs. Oh, yeah. So, Typhoon, you are good. So, this operator looks at you and then, like, questions. They say, fuck. And that's when they look behind and they notice Whaler. Well, shit. Fine. I'll stand down. What the fuck do you want to know?
Just the confidence. For anyone who doesn't know, I have 5 health, and I just succeeded that. They could breathe on me, and I could die.
Yep.
Fuck, what did we want to know? I forgot. What was the objective again? I forgot as a player.
So the objective that Rogue gave you was to go and secure net architecture from a cult of netrunners that supposedly are hiding out in the N-cart tunnels. These are not netrunners from those N-cart tunnels, at least as far as you've seen. These guys came from down the street. So,
I'm gonna ask him, why did you attack us?
and so the Netrunner is going to tell you, well, you have just such perfectly attackable faces. And they're just going to kind of give a grin at you there as they say that. Go ahead and roll me a conversation now.
Oh, that's under social skills.
It is.
Oh, I have a -2 because I'm dying.
It's okay.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and so, like, they kind of sneer at you for a moment, and then they kind of think better of it, and they say, well, truthfully, we're here to make sure there are no witnesses.
Witnesses? Huh? Witnesses to what?
The plan was for us to pin everything on those assholes down there in the gutter, but you fucked that up.
Wait, he's gonna pause. Like, wait, do you mean the people, the net runners down there? Like, he's gonna point to the, I forgot what you called the building, the thing, the area, our objective.
Cart station, yeah.
Yeah.
And so she says, I don't see any other gutter around here.
Typhoon's gonna facepalm and say, oh, we were here to fuck them up too. You wouldn't even have to pay us to keep our mouths shut. We wanted to fuck with them too. God damn it.
All right, well, where does that leave us then? Am I free to go?
It's her. He's gonna sit there for a second, kind of glanced away, and Zeke can be like, well, I mean, it's kind of just one big misunderstanding. If you don't plan to attack us, and you won't come hunt us down or anything, I don't really see I don't see a problem. Those two, I don't know. They might have questions or something.
I was about to say Away would grab him up by his shirt collar and be like, well, I think I have another idea of use for him. You might just get us a free tour in there.
Ooh. Typhoon like audibly does that and is like, I think I understand your idea.
Yeah, and they kind of grimace at that and say, oh, so what? I get to walk in with you all and just sing Kumbaya as a whole fucking troop? Is that the plan?
Zeke will just kind
might
of walk around, just counting the rounds left in his heavy pistol, and just be like, well, seeing as how the rest of your Chumbas here have been fucking flatlined, and you got 3 of us here ready to flatline you, if you, well, decide to come after us later, or try to fight us again now, what choice do you have?
And she looks at that, and she looks at the gun as you just kind of like check your clip and put it back in.
Yeah, I just like pull. I just like have the cylinder out, and then I just just clip it back in. Yeah, and she says, "Wow, let's go pay the fucking cultists a visit then, eh, Chumbas?"
Typhoon would slowly raise his hand and go say, like turn to Zeke and say like, I hate to break it to you guys, but I don't know if we're in the condition to go in there if another fight may break out. So should we contact Rogue about this?
That would be best.
I'm going to hold our friend here a little bit tighter and say, don't worry, if you guys want to post up outside, keep an eye out, give Rogue a call, see if we can't get some better word. I'm going to tap my ear and say, I've got a radio communicator. Just holler at me if anything happens. I can go in there and talk to him, because physically, like, he wouldn't be scratched at all. I have literally taken no damage this entire time. I have a couple pinpricks where I think I got poked once, and that I succeeded the torture.
You succeeded the torture.
So I am chilling.
Very cool.
But yeah,
all right.
The both of us need medical attention.
Yeah.
So I would nod at his ideas. Sound good, and I turn to the person we kind of had hostage and say, listen, as long as you don't piss him off and do what you're told, I promise that we'll let you go, because I don't want anyone else to have to die over a misunderstanding, because that's fucking stupid. We're better than this. We're professionals, right?
And Zeke holsters his weapon. He's like, truthfully, I don't want to have to kill you either, right? But
And she
I
looks
won't
and she
regret it
says,
if
well,
you
that
make
brings me a whole bunch of warm fucking fuzzies. Looking at the dude missing a hand who put bullets in my skull, and looking at the dude over here who decided to roll up on me the second that he was getting backed away. That just brings me joy, knowing you don't want to kill me.
Well, to be fair, you attacked us first, and I could always put another bullet in your skull if you really want. So how about you drop the snarky attitude and actually just cooperate so we don't die? Because I don't think you want to die, but if you do, all three of us can gladly make that happen in various horrific, awful ways that would scar anyone, including Atom Smasher.
I was about to say
Oh,
about that time.
you're name dropping the Smasher now.
Fucking just reach it, because I assume everyone's heard the legend of Atom Smasher.
Well, and you're talking to someone who grins at that and says, oh, you wouldn't even be a fucking shit stain on his pants.
I might not be, but he makes people into puddles as a hobby.
I was just going to say, when you guys were talking about not wanting to kill him, Wei was going to start yanking him away and say they're just speaking for themselves.
And Zeke is going to lean in and put a hand on this runner's shoulder and just friendly word of advice. And just he whispers, just with one hand up, just to try and keep it away from Wei. Don't call him a cyber psycho. He will kill you outright.
Oh.
Yeah, and so, Wei, you're gonna drag this sorry sack of meat down into the tunnels?
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of kick the door open, not so hard that I try and shatter the door, but forcefully open it so that it bangs on the wall, and just kind of shout into the building generally. And yeah, I brought you boys a present.
Yeah, okay, cool.
And
So-
I would also, before anything else happens, I would like to prep an action. If the dude who I am kind of dragging in there has this present, if they try and resist or pull away or do anything untoward, I would like to prep my spinal tap on them and just freeze them.
Cool. So I'm gonna activate our home screen. Before we continue down to the tunnels, I do want to take our break really quick. So everyone watching, we are gonna just be a couple minutes here while we get water and take a quick break. I'll be back to chat with you all in just a moment. So just give us about 5 minutes, and at the very least, I will be back in just a moment. Hey everyone, it's Emmerron here. I just want to thank you for watching the show here on YouTube. Like and subscribe, and go follow us over on Twitch, you gonk. We do a live show over there. We even chat with you after it's done. So come and join us Mondays, 7 p.m. Arizona time. See you there in the dark future tunes. All right, and we are back. So, Wei, you were stepping into what I believe you were just calling off camera the Hornet's Nest here, where you are going to take some of these guys and, or you're going to take the one Arasaka hostage you have into the nest here and hope that they behave themselves. Is that right?
Yeah, I haven't stepped inside yet. That's why I kind of kicked the door open. I'm shouting into the building, I brought you guys a present.
Very cool. Let me activate the scene. And you guys are going to have some visibility here. I had the other tokens of the people I thought would be here.
And I would like to remind of the prepped action. If they do try and struggle or flee, I am going to attempt to spine tap.
Yeah, let me copy the token data over. So that way we've got them here. It should have all the same, yep, all the same stats and everything. Awesome. So yep, this is where we're at. So so you kick in the door and you say you are or not walking inside behind that action.
I called into the building and I'm kind of waiting for a response before I step in.
So what do you say?
I brought you boys a present. I found some rats sniffing around outside. Sorry for the mess cleaning up the rest of them, but I brought you a live one.
Gotcha. Yeah, so got some rats sniffing around outside. Just wanted to give you guys the gift here. And you hear an automated, computerized voice come on, and you hear the following.
Welcome. Thank you for bringing me and my children this gift. Proceed inside. Keep any weapons stored, and there won't be any problems. You are most welcome here.
Alright, then I guess I'm going to step in and say, alright, where do you want me to bring this guy to? I can't be hauling him around forever.
Bring them down the stairs. My children will meet you there.
I am going to listen and obey. I'll let you do the double drag just to keep us stuck together to wherever we're going.
Sure. So I'm going to move this in front, and so you see these two runners, and this door down here opens up, and a almost sage-like netrunner who looks quite old comes out and simply says, "Now, what do we have here?"
Two things. One, can I do like a passive perception as I walk down? Can I look around and just try and soak in my environment as much as possible?
Sure. Roll me a perception check. Okay. So yeah, looking around, I mean, you pretty much just see what's on the table so far here. So to your left and your right, you see two netrunners that are, they have a complement of automated defenses next to them. Their eyes are glowing with the virtuality that they're running. And they're cautiously eyeing you. And, making sure that you're not doing anything that they wouldn't appreciate, shall we say. This netrunner in front of you is looking with a little bit more curiosity and a little less reserved caution. But beyond that, he just is looking at you, kind of waiting for an answer. What do we have here?
All right. So back to the scene. I'm going to step into the back of my prisoner's knees and make them kneel in front of the guy.
Yep.
Because I figure they'll appreciate that as like a handoff of the prisoner and say, well, like I said, there are some rats peeking around outside and got a live one for you.
And he walks in front of this person and he says, Prime Circuit Collective. I was wondering when you were going to show up. Come all alone?
I would like to hit him in the back of the head, slap, not an actual punch, just like
Right.
slap him in the back of the head and say, answer. Like, give him the
And
muscle.
yeah, and the netrunner is just going, fine. Yeah, we're coming for you and your sorry assholes down here. Gonna light you up with a little biotoxin. It's gonna be a real funny sight. Watch you all piss yourselves. These assholes fucking got in the way, and she's gonna look up at you with venom in her eyes. And this guy's just kind of gonna grin and says, I appreciate you bringing this. I deigned not to call it human, but I thank you for bringing it to us. What's your name?
I'm Way.
Wei, it's good to meet you. My name, or rather, I suppose, say my handle, is Silver. Thank you for bringing this thing to us. And he looks down again at the netrunner with something that you could probably describe as like a mix of interest and just sadism in his eyes. He says, now, Wei, what can I offer you in return for this wonderful gift?
Well, I do have a business partner that is really looking for a portable net architecture. If you've got anything that you could cut me a little bit of a deal on, help me help somebody else get a little bit set up, we'd have a hell of a transaction here.
And he grins. He says, oh, I think for what you've brought me, you've more than earned it. And so he simply snaps his fingers and he says, Rose, the architecture. And door opens back here. And you see a netrunner come out holding this portable net architecture. Says, our friend Wei here would like that architecture. He's earned it. Please, provide it to him. So she will bring the architecture over here with her to you.
I'm gonna kind of move my hands toward it suggestively, like, may I?
And she nods. And you notice that the netrunners on your left and right are looking at you with a lot less of that, like, reservation and caution. They're a little more relaxed than when you first got here. But yeah, the portable net architecture is about the size of like a home game console, similar to like a PlayStation or maybe like a large home computer. And it's enough to, just fit into like a backpack essentially.
Cool, and I know I won't be able to, like, tell what kind it is or if it's actually any good, but does it look physically scuffed up or, like, secondhand?
No, not really. I mean, it's maybe a little scuffed, but it doesn't look like the kind of scuffing that would be disrepair. It's more like it's been moved around quite a bit. It's been moved from place to place, and therefore it's accrued that little bit of wear and tear that you get when you've had something moved around quite a bit.
But he's going to smile and nod and say, how much is she going to run me?
And he says, oh, all it's going to run you is leaving this poor thing with us. And he looks down at the netrunner, who, for the first time since you've started interacting with her, looks up at you, and you almost think you see something approaching fear or pleading in her eyes, like, please don't do this.
He's just going to kind of lean down and whisper to her, you're the one that stepped to me. And then he's going to kind of go back up, smile, wave to the boss man, and start his way back upstairs.
And and so you carry this with, and he says, and you can hear behind you as you walk up the stairs with this net architecture. So I'm going to move this with you. Yep, keep going if you want to keep moving. You hear behind you, okay, now you're going to tell us what the Prime Circuit Collective is doing, traipsing around our part of the city. And she just says, no, you wouldn't fucking... And then you hear something akin to electricity break out behind you as you leave the end cart station behind you. So I'm going to move us back to our splash screen now. And,
I don't trust it. It's a bomb.
Yeah, no, this is a net architecture. Of course, it's
the shit out of me there. Like, the fucking. Yep. I was like, oh.
Well, even if it's spiked, I'm not the one jacking in. I'm just Way getting another netrunner killed. Just way it does.
Just the way it be. But yeah, with that out of the way, so you have the portable net architecture. Typhoon and Zeke, you see Way emerge from the bowels of the Encart station, completely unharmed, carrying this portable net architecture behind him.
Can I say that while he was in there, me or Zeke contacted Rogue about the situation that he's going in alone because me and Zeke are too injured, but things should hopefully go well. And also, one, Typhoon's going to go pick up his dismembered hand.
Sure.
Two, what's left of it after the grenade, if anything.
Yeah, it's not worth picking up.
It probably got flattened or squished from the fucking concussive wave.
But he's also going to go and try and grab any of the drones that haven't been fucked beyond belief, that are still
could
operable.
Definitely help him, like, pile them up at the very least, because while contacting Rogue on his agent.
Yeah, so Rogue is going to answer, all right, what's the update?
So, you weren't the only one after this portable net arc. It looks like there were some Sokka suits and runners here that wanted to get in. They got some, looks like pretty expensive little, I guess you could call them robotic bees. I don't fucking know what they are. We got some that are intact here. But yeah, Way took one of the runners in to try and hopefully bargain with him because Typhoon and I are pretty fucked up right now.
And she says, well, that's an interesting development. I didn't expect Sokka to be taking an interest in our problem.
Yeah. Looks like they were pretty low-end suits, though. They had some pretty fucked up weapons.
Did you...
Aside from the drones.
Did you happen to pull off of them any identification, anything that links them back to Arasaka definitively?
No, but they definitely didn't shut up about it.
Can I ask, on the drones that Typhoon is picking up, does any of them have like Arasaka stamping on them? Like property?
They do, yes. They are a different Japanese corporation that makes them. It's a smaller arms manufacturer, but it's one that pretty exclusively works with Arasaka.
So it's basically a subsidiary?
A little bit, yeah. Or at the very least, one with like a working business relationship with them. Where it's Suzumebachi is the name.
And I'm going to assume that Zeke is kind of standing like over me as I'm leaning down picking up the drones that aren't we're just following around.
This.
So Zeke, if you would like to ask Typhoon if we have any proof.
Yeah, like Zeke would turn to Typhoon. He's like, "You find anything?"
And he's going to look at one of the drones and say, does, and then read that company name off to the best of his ability. Ring any bells or helpful at all?
And then Zeke probably wouldn't recognize it, but he would relay it back to Rogue and be like, does Suzumebachi ring any bells? That's what these drones appear to be.
And she responds like her typical kind of cool, collected voice, says, well, that's a name I haven't heard since the last corporate war. Yeah, those things, Sokka loves them. Sokka loves them. They like to flatline a lot of corporates with that. I'm surprised they fielded them against edge runners.
Oh, they weren't planning to. They were planning on using them against these, whoever they are, that's holed up in this N-cart station that we were sent to investigate. We just happened to get caught up in it. They thought we were with them.
Interesting. Check their bodies for me. Just find if they've got anything interesting on their bodies. I'm curious to know why they're there. But bring them back.
What's left of them.
Bring them back. I'll call my client. If your friend shows up with that portable net architecture, we'll be waiting for you at the Afterlife.
Yeah. And if possible, could we have any arrangements for a dock at all? Because, again, Typhoon and I are very fucked up. These things were using some serious biotox.
Done. I'll have a Ripper waiting for you here.
Thanks.
Out of character question, how many operational drones do I find?
So you find exactly 3 that are operational. The other ones have been pretty much beat up or blown up. Yep.
Yeah, so Typhoon's gonna kind of just gesture to Zeke, like just hold up 3 fingers with his one hand while he has the other, like the drones under his armpit, to try and tell him that we have 3 working ones.
Yeah, and he'll nod and relay that to Rogue. It's like, it looks like we have 3 of these drones that are operational, but since their runner that was operating them is gone, well, they're free to use.
Yeah, and she's gonna say, well, that's about as good as we're gonna get then. I think it's more than worth it.
The runner that was controlling them wasn't caught in the grenade, because they were the one that Wei had grappled, right? Yep. And killed?
Yeah, she got caught in the grenade after the fact.
Okay, I couldn't remember, but could I at all check her corpse to see if there's any, because she did also get riddled with hole, anything at all that would be helpful when it comes to the drones, like how they were controlling it at all or anything?
Yeah, and Zeke would get to work searching the other bodies, looking for literally any shred of
not bodies anymore. They're puzzles.
I was gonna say, she was a human shield.
Left of the bodies.
She was a human shield that got blasted through her body as a dead corpse human shield. So
yeah,
any of the other bodies.
So the when you get to the body after the smoke's kind of cleared at this point, that Netrunner's body is by and large pretty much completely fucked, as is most of the gear on it. The one thing you do notice though is that strapped to her back is it kind of looks like a backpack, but you notice it's far more mechanized than your average backpack would be. Go ahead and roll me a basic tech check.
Oh, basic tech.
Yeah.
Neat. Just because I feel like it, I'm gonna spend my 2 luck on this.
Sure. Okay. No, I mean, that's enough, actually. So you identify this...
If I may know, what was the DV, out of curiosity?
8.
Oh, I'm glad, because I had a -2 from my injury.
Yeah, so you recognize pretty well that this is a portable net architecture, which is probably how they were controlling the drones.
I am definitely... So he's gonna pocket the drones, like, because his jacket has, like, interior pockets, the 3 of them,
I mean,
and take
these are, I remind you, like paperback book-sized wasp drones.
I have faith that he could fit them in an internal... I mean, I could carry, I want to say, in my jacket that I wear with the interior pocket, probably all of the Lord of the Rings books, like the big ones.
Fair
so...
enough.
Just basing it off of that, not to be that guy, but and if not, he can always just put as many as he can or try to hold them, even if he has to put them on the ground just to give him the free one hand he has to pick up that backpack and sling it over his shoulder.
Yeah,
and then pick the drones back up if need
I
be.
remind you, it's pretty roasted at this point. Like, this does not look like it's in good shape. It's just in good enough shape to be identifiable still.
Yes,
but it's pretty beat up.
You never know. He doesn't know anything about tech, so it might have something useful in it. Or it might have Arasaka branding on it to even more prove that it was them.
Fair. Okay. And any other kind of searching you want to do, Zeke?
Yeah, I was just, like, as per Rogue's instructions, just searching for any shred of evidence that would point to the reason why they were there in the first place.
Sure. Go ahead
from any of the other bodies.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me conceal reveal object.
Ooh, this is... Yep. I figure just gonna plop that out there right at the gate.
No. Okay, yeah. So, yep, you don't find a whole lot on them, unfortunately. You kind of dig around, but I mean, most of the bodies are pretty toasty. Typhoon, if you want to roll that same check, you're welcome to.
Sure, I will.
I can feel real object up
there it is. Mine is 2, don't worry.
Okay. So, it's better than Zeke, where, like, he kind of starts to think about going through their pockets and is very quickly like, nope, that looks very, very dead. You go through their pockets, you don't find a whole lot else that's functional. But one thing you do find, that is stashed in one of their pockets is a memory chip that is emblazoned with the logo of the Cult of the Crimson Lotus, which is, as you might imagine, a lotus, like a red lotus flower with what appears to be like 2 stylized eyes on either side of the central lotus petal.
Can you view these on agents?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I am going to tentatively do so.
Okay. Within is basically a fucked up kind of set of footage. Like, think Terrorist Manifesto, and you've got a pretty good idea. And inside, basically the message is...
The Cult of the Crimson Lotus claims this location for our own. These systems are now ours. They belong to our god. You will not claim them back from us except over our dead bodies. Good luck. You'll need it.
And that is what you see on the chips.
He nods and goes, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then just pulls the chip out and pockets it.
Very good. So with that, Way, it's about this time that Way comes out of the Encart station, portable net architecture in hand.
Zeke is
I
just
did it,
raising
guys.
eyebrow. Just it's that easy?
Well, yeah. Everybody likes it when you're friendly.
Zeke
Typhoon?
looks at Typhoon and shrugs like, didn't know Way was a smooth talker.
So it's still just server in hands because he's still just carrying it in his arms because he's so proud that he just kind of walked in there and got that. He's just gonna hop on his board and start cruising along with everybody.
Yeah, and the board
And
is still just
Zeke-
chilling right outside the end cart. So yeah.
And Zeke will contact Rogue and say, well, we've got a portable net arc that you were interested in.
Says that's great. Bring it by the Afterlife. I've got the client on the way. We'll talk deets.
Alrighty, we're on the way back.
Okay.
Very good.
Looks at his fucking stub where his hand just being goes, that easy, huh?
That easy.
Zeke throws his hands up. He's like, I'm talking about Way going in there and getting it.
Yeah.
Oh, we know Way could have killed them all, and we just haven't realized that yet.
We didn't hear any screaming.
You heard no screaming. Absolutely none. Except at the very end there, you heard one shrill shriek that was quickly cut into silence. But that was already after Way was pretty much through the door.
Oh, as a side note, I've actually forgotten, but I'm sure Way would remember because I was being really attentive and just trying to soak in my surroundings while I was down there. Whatever the gang name that she was under. Because there was Sokka, and then those runners were from some other crew that apparently has beef with the Red Lotus.
Yeah, so the crew down there were Red Lotus. They referred to the Netrunner you gave them as being from the Prime Circuit Collective.
Prime Circuit Collective, that's who it was.
Yep.
Yep.
So
Yeah, so I was just
you get the
relating-
sense that they are an Arasaka operative, but they did use the term Prime Circuit Collective when referring to them.
Yeah, I'd say I don't know why these Arasaka guys were here, but when I brought a lady downstairs, Bossman was talking about something called the Prime Circuit Collective, and that like he knew what was going on with all that. So I think it might be something more local.
What was the name on the chip I found again? Because I forgot already because I'm stupid.
Cult of the
Cult of
Red
the Crimson
Lotus.
Lotus.
Yeah.
Okay,
Cult of the Crimson Lotus. Yep.
that's two separate things. Okay, cool.
Here we go. Yeah, they are.
He's gonna keep that to himself just for now.
Very cool. All right. So, any other questions or, things you're looking for while we head back to the Afterlife?
Is my stump still bleeding?
Not excessively. You'll probably be okay.
Okay. Well, I just want the mental image because I'm assuming we're going back to the club.
Yeah.
He's gonna walk in with fucking bullet holes through him, just dripping blood everywhere, but
Yeah.
he's gonna fucking take it in stride,
The
standing
bright
proud
side-
and
The bright
tall.
side is that we have a at the very least a med tech ready to tap us with speed heals and treat us.
Yeah. No, so so you guys make the walk back to the Afterlife, or in Way's case, the ride back. And Way, you get there first, obviously, because you're on a board. The other two are kind of limping with their injuries back. And as you all arrive, let's give Way a hand. Mark, god damn it. Dripping everywhere, how unstylish. So yeah, as you all kind of arrive back, the bodyguard at the door lets you all in. And in the back, you see that same businesswoman that was there before talking with Rogue, back in her booth. And so as you all walk in, so Way, you walk in carrying the net architecture, and Rogue simply raises her hand, summons you over. And the other woman sitting with her looks at that and kind of grins, knowing that you've gotten the thing they've asked for. A few minutes later, both Typhoon and Zeke show up. And as you walk in, you feel the eyes in the room lock onto you as both of you look pale from the biotoxin and like you lost a bit of blood, namely, especially you, Typhoon. The bartender quickly pours out 2 glasses of some kind of grain alcohol, clear grain alcohol, pours it into a highball for each of you, and slides them over and says, "You might want these."
Zeke just shrugs and takes it.
Yep.
Typhoon grabs it and just chugs it as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's down the hatch.
You're like, some more of that. Fuck. The word escaped me. Give me a second. So more of that professional courtesy I see, and Typhoon is just gonna drop 100 eddies on the table.
Yeah.
It's just say like more alcohol.
Yeah, and he slides you another glass, and says, "Yeah, you're gonna want it. It's consider it a little anesthetic for what's about to happen." And you can see next to Rogue, in addition to this businesswoman, is a Ripperdoc who has graying hair, a beard, and is wearing a white lab coat with sterile, kind of like sterile gloves already on his hands, and he's holding them up in front of them as though to keep them that way. As you all sit down, Rogue encourages Wei to, sit down further in while the other 2 are attended to by the Ripperdoc.
No, Wei's going to stand up off to the side and just kind of... He's always going to play the outside. If they can't sit on the inside while they're being worked on, then Wei's just going to stand on the outside of whatever bubble is created by them being worked on.
Certainly. Okay. So when, you stand outside. So as you all have kind of arrived, Rogue says, "All right, set the arch down."
Yep. Plop it down on the table. Well, not plop, but you know what I mean. I don't want to break it.
Yeah, set it down. And you see the businesswoman pull out basically it looks like a laptop out of her bag at her side, open it up and plug a link from the computer into a port on the architecture. And she starts tapping away at a keyboard on the computer. And the doctor is patching the 2 of you up. So Zeke, he pretty quickly just, stabilizes your wounds because you haven't taken any serious injuries. And because I don't believe you took any critical injuries, if I checked that right. Yeah, you did.
No critical injuries.
Yeah, so he just, patches your wounds really quick and hits you with a speed heal. So you will benefit from that. And then Typhoon, he looks at you, he says, "You look much worse."
What gave it away?
And he just simply says dryly, "I don't know, the fact that you're missing a hand, maybe. And you're pale as a sheep."
And this is where Typhoon, missing I'm missing a hand!
So with that, he says, "Well, this obviously is going to take a little longer to patch up, so not going to take you away from your meeting quite yet, because I'm sure Rogue has some things she wants to talk over with you. But let me ask this now. Would you desire metal or meat?"
Meat, preferably.
You got it. And with that, he stands up. He says, "Rogue, send him back by my clinic after everything's done." And she nods and says, "Yep, no problem, Stitches. We'll have him." And so Rogue looks over at the businesswoman, says, "All right, Michiko, what have you got?" And she continues tapping away, and she says, "Well, this confirms my suspicions. Arasaka's in the city operating under the name of the Prime Circuit Collective. And wouldn't you believe it, they've been routing all of the blackouts, all that net traffic through these servers." She looks up at the group and she says, Rogue tells me you got this from the abandoned end card station a couple blocks away. Is that true?
Yep.
Not exactly abandoned. It's full of Red Lotus goods.
She
Nice enough
nods.
people, though.
Yeah, she nods. She says, I think they're harmless, Rogue. The Lotus, they barely use this thing other than to manage their defenses. Think Prime Circuit's got them. Or Arasaka, we're being clearly honest here. Think Arasaka's done them dirty. This is where all the blackouts are coming from. But you said that you killed all of the people they sent against you, right?
Oh yeah, the suits and the runners.
Well, besides one, but they're at the mercy of the people in the end card, so they might as well be dead.
She nods and says, okay. Well, Rogue, this will certainly help with my investigation. I really appreciate it. And she stands up and she says, oh, and a word to you edge runners. Be very careful. Arasaka's getting bold. I'd hate to see any of you flatlined.
Actually, quick question.
Yep.
What was on the memory chip I found again? Like who owned it? I mean, like whose memory chip was it?
The memory chip was on one of the bodies of the Arasaka runners.
Yeah, but what was the name on the chip?
The
Like
organization name?
Yeah.
Cult of the Crimson Lotus.
Okay. And the because I'm slightly confused. Are those people Arasaka? Or are those people inside the end card?
They're the ones inside the end card.
Okay. He's gonna quickly pull it up as she goes to pull out the chip as she goes to walk away and say, I found this on one of the Arasaka guys. It's just information, no use to me, so it's yours.
And so she pulls it up and taps it into her agent and sees the same video that you did. And she says, they were trying to frame them. Assholes. All right. And she looks at Rogue. She says, Rogue, as always, you choose good runners. Keep it up. I'll be in touch as soon as I've had time to analyze what I've seen here. Needless to say, things are about to get very interesting, I think, for the people of Night City. And she walks away. And Rogue kind of leans back in her seat and appraises all of you, and she says, "No, that's some fine work if ever I've seen it. Good job, everybody. More than earned that drink on the house."
We also brought the drones, and
Yeah.
you brought that cracked,
I was
broken.
I was
portable
just
network.
waiting for the right moment. So, as she leans back, Typhoon's gonna spontaneously remember, like, oh, right, and he's gonna, like, kind of swing it down and put it in, like, I know this thing's, like, I know this thing's fucked beyond belief, as you can see, but I know nothing about technology. There might be information, anything on it that could be helpful. There might be, I don't know, salvageable tech, and it might be branded Arasaka, so more evidence, I guess.
So Rogue pulls out a cigarette, lights it, puts it in her mouth, and starts to take a drag off of it as she picks up one of the drones, and she kind of grins. And she takes the cigarette from her mouth and, kind of holding it between two of her fingers, kind of rotates the drone around in her hand. She says, "I thought you were fucking kidding. Well, that's something you just don't see every day. They really wanted to fucking pin it on those guys. God damn. Well, you let Rex know. I'll be in touch. I'll send him what he needs." And she puts the cigarette back in her mouth. "You can leave the drones with me. I'll take care of them."
It's good. And he would, take the other two out and put them down, and just kind of lean back in his seat, drinking his alcohol, like, this fucking hurts.
Yep. And so she says, "Kid, go back. Stitches will take care of you."
With a nod and not saying anything, Typhoon would just stand up and meander that way.
Yep. And so she indicates this hallway off the main floor of the club. And a short distance down the hall, you do see one of those green medical crosses on a placard above one of the doors. And walking in, you see a small med tech clinic that is like hospital level sterile. And Stitches is inside, leaning over what appears to be a vat of cloning flesh. And he says, okay, sit down. I'll have this reattached to you in no time. And says, just so you're aware, the surgery is, well, it's expensive. It's about 1,000 eddies, but I think you'd rather part with your eddies than your hand.
Preferably.
All right. Well, sit down and think happy thoughts. And he pulls an air hypo out and taps it against the side of your neck. And within just a few seconds, you're feeling very sleepy and kind of pass out. And over the next couple of hours, he goes through the process of reattaching the hands to your stomach. As he does that, so Wei and Zeke, you guys have about 4 hours before Typhoon is going to be out of surgery to reattach his hand. Is there anything you want to do during that time?
Nothing comes to my mind.
I'm going to go out front and skate and burn time.
Cool. So with that said, so yeah, you go outside, you burn time, and by about midnight, our Typhoon, not Zeke, is got a new hand, and he does administer you a speed heal as part of that as well, Typhoon. So you do get that benefit from the surgery. So as you wake up, he says, all right, flex that hand, move your fingers for me. Make sure everything's attached properly. I didn't cross any of your nerves.
He does so, obviously.
Yep, and everything's working with 5 new fingers. Flesh is a little pink, fresh from the cloning vat, but you know that that'll probably adjust with given enough time.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Feels nice. And he would kind of do, like, not actually drawing his gun, but do, like, a shadow quick draw.
Yeah.
Just to test out the hand. He goes, yep, this should work.
He says, I'm glad to hear it. So, 1,000 eddies and you can get out of here.
He pulls his, no, I'm kidding. He pulls out 1,000 eddies and puts them on the table.
Yeah.
Before walking back out.
Yeah, and Stitches just counts the eddies up and says, perfect. Thank you. Try not to be back here anytime soon. And he stuffs them into a small safe on the wall as you get up to leave.
Hope I'm not back here soon.
As do I. And as you walk out, so Zeke, would you be just kind of chilling in the club, just kind of listening to music or drinking or whatever?
Yeah, just chilling at the bar, admiring the environment, having light drinks.
Yeah, fair. So yeah, so you see Typhoon kind of stumble, still slightly kind of under the influence of the anesthetic, as he comes out of the back rooms of the bar, and you see that brand new fleshy pink hand on his arm. So you recognize, he's all better, or at least mostly better, and you guys can kind of continue as a group now if you want to continue to do anything.
He's gonna plop himself down next to Zeke, and be like, want to touch the pink hand of destiny, and like wiggle it towards him.
What did he notice you with?
Wade's gonna take off the massive mirror shades that he's still wearing, that he was so kindly given because people kept calling him a cyber cycle with the purple eyes. He's gonna say, well, at least they didn't turn out purple.
Typhoon's gonna laugh like, oh, wait. Okay, yeah, no, Typhoon was there when he got his eyes blown out, so I had to think, like, would Typhoon know about that? Yeah, he would.
Yes, he would.
Yeah, we were all in that apartment block when Wade completely pasted
undone.
a guy and repainted a portion of a hallway.
He kind of glanced up at him and was like, well, you could always get shift tax. You don't like purple.
Hopefully the doctor will have some new eyes for me soon anyways.
What?
We're just gonna put the beer shades back on.
Yep. So with that,
Casually rips out eyes. I want a new ones.
So with that, you all are kind of regathered, and your agents all ring at this moment, and
Answer.
And so you just hear a computerized voice on the other end of the line, reading out. Bear with me 2 seconds here.
1, 2. Your timer's up. Now laugh.
Yeah, and you hear the following.
This alert is being sent to you at the request of Rex Royale. Rex has been rendered unconscious, wounded, or otherwise indisposed, and requests your immediate return to his place of residence. This message will never keep.
Typhoon immediately just hangs up and books it out the door. Like
Just
full
be bold.
sprint.
Yeah, Zeke is right the fuck behind him.
Yep. So you all head on out. And I mean, he's quite a distance away from this. He's down the Glen. So I mean, you guys are gonna just try to catch a cab?
I'm the hoverboard sprinting.
Yeah, Zeke, while they're fucking sprinting, Zeke is just like trying to get any cab at all possible. And like just
Use that-
losing no time,
No,
just
use
placing the
that,
pickup point like a couple blocks ahead. So by
Use
the time they get there,
use the like Uber app and see if you can get that guy who had like the fucking race car from the first session I played with you guys.
Wait, hold up. Would I actually still have him there as a ride I can pick up since I've rode with him before?
Yeah, you actually would, yeah.
Alright, I'll try to get him to pick us up. Like while we're still sprinting, I'll put the pickup point a couple blocks ahead of where we are, so we don't lose any time.
So yeah, and this guy skirts around the corner. He says, "Choom, you need a ride?"
Yes, and make it fast.
Oh, that's what I specialize in, Choomba. Get on in, we'll get this fucking going. And the second you guys are inside, he fucking hits it, and you have never been so thankful to be in the passenger seats of a reckless driver.
Yeah, and on the way there, Zeke is just like not minding any of the hazardous reckless driving. He's just immediately making sure every last one of his weapons is fully topped off.
Same with Typhoon. He's switching out for AP ammo.
Yep. And so you all, Wei, you actually see this car zip by you as you are about halfway there. And it is carrying at least like a good 10 to 20 miles an hour more speed as you are on your board.
They just grab the back of
hear
it
them
and holds
roaring in
on.
the street. So I'm definitely gonna like wave my hand and give the thumbs up, like hell yeah, rip it, dude.
Yeah. And the driver, as you guys zip past Wei, says, "Hey, was that your chum or something back there? He looked like he was waving."
He is a friend, yeah.
He is a friend, but we can't afford to lose any time.
All right, you're the customer, and he just continues.
He just braces just like as a brace. He has one foot like just up on the dash,
Actually,
just bracing himself.
Out of curiosity, could, as we have passed, Typhoon roll down the window and shot the grapple hook back like a wire for like his hand for Wei to grab onto and get pulled at the same speed?
I mean,
Hitching with the grapple hand, you can at least pull me up to grab the bumper and properly sketch.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
If you can make it.
we can do that. I'll allow for
Yeah.
that if he sees him kind of as you're walking up.
I don't remember seeing this in nondescript time travel movie.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so we've been trying to reach you about your hand's extended warranty. So, yeah, with that said, so yeah, you see this grapple hand fly out the back window of this car in your direction from Typhoon. And so I assume you're just going to kind of grab that on the way.
Yep.
I'm going to have you roll an athletics check just to maneuver in to grab it.
I also noticed you did a roll for me, and I'm kind of concerned.
Okay, very cool.
No, I knew there was a roll coming. We got this.
So you grab onto that hand, and immediately you feel your pace just speed up quite a bit. And so you ride with them the rest of the way, matching the car's speed pretty much exactly.
And imagine the moment he grabs onto Wei, Typhoon just goes, oh fuck, he's heavy. And like braces his shoulder.
Yeah, no, you probably would feel that too, where you're just like that tension suddenly, whoa, shit! And with that, you all
His shoulder gets pulled into the edge of the rear window.
Yeah.
It's like his face is smushed against the glass.
So with that, you all arrive at Rex's factory apartment, essentially.
Like pre-counted the eddies on the way there and just slapped him down in like the middle console on the console and just be like, thanks for the ride, just immediately out the door.
Yeah, he's like, anytime, Choom, you need to get somewhere, get there fast, you got my number. And he counts the eddies
Yeah, I
up.
do.
As we come to a stop,
many
could I
eddies?
attempt to slingshot way ahead of us towards the building using like the momentum?
Sure, yeah.
I was about to say I was gonna let go and just start beelining towards the
Yeah,
building
so, like-
because I would still have my momentum up. I'm barging through that door.
Yeah, so immediately as you guys kind of, and Wei, you're going to see this first because you're moving, like you said, with the momentum that you are. On the outside or near the just the exterior doors of the factory where you guys would have kind of driven through with the limo before, you see a couple, we're going to say about 3 or 4, and you kind of have a hard time counting them as you're kind of flying past at, you know, what is still probably a good 20 to 30 miles an hour. But you see a series of like well-dressed bodyguards, all flatlined, scattered around the edge of the building. And the lift is not on the ground floor when you get there.
Well, I was going to say, the base like narrative speed of it is 30. So if we're boosting a little bit, it might be like 35, 40. I was going to try and ollie up as high as I can because I'm assuming, is that like second or third floor? Do I know where his room is?
Well, he's at the very top of this. And it's probably about 5 stories up where he lives.
Okay, I think I'm still going to try for the second story. I would want to try and ollie up as high as I can and then springboard off the board, like deactivate it, stomp down, and springboard away.
Okay.
Try and double jump off of it.
Yeah.
Use it as like a secondary platform.
Go ahead and roll me an athletics check here for that kind of combination.
Let's do
you're
it.
doing.
Wait, are you talking like ollie up, deactivate the engines, and
Oh,
reactivate
no.
them to use the initial thrust to jump?
His foot slipped. I'm biting.
Yeah,
Right.
so you get up about 2 stories just under the momentum you've got on that hoverboard, and then you attempt to jump, and then your foot catches on the shut-off pedal as you kind of head upward, and you get about another story up before your whole body weighs you down, and you feel that sickening lurch
I was
in your
only going for
stomach.
the second story. Oh no.
Can I
Yeah.
try and catch him with the grapple hand?
No, not
No.
with as much as Wei weighs. Nope.
I mean, it can carry double my body weight, so
Well, it's when you're pulling yourself up. He's falling down at you right now, so
okay.
that's not going to do anything.
So
So
why is that in pull force? That's not tensile strength.
yeah, so Wei, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and roll me. Give me 2 seconds here, because I need to double
I was
check.
only aiming for the second story. That I wasn't planning to go all the way to the top. I was just trying to skip the first floor because if there's anybody there, that's where they're going to be guarding. I wasn't trying to slingshot my way to fucking space. If that's what you thought I was rolling on.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum you had, though, is going to send you pretty high, so that's just the reality here. So let me... You might not suffer too bad. Roll me 6d6.
66. Oh no.
Yep, for every 10 meters you're falling, you roll that, and so each meter is
Wait, he's falling to the second story?
third.
Third story?
I mean, I'll leave that. Fuck. Look, there goes my
he's
perfect
only
record.
falling. How many are you having him roll? I'm just.
66.
6.
And how many is it for every 10 meters?
2.
He's 3 stories is only 12 meters.
Oh, okay. So yeah, just be 2d6 then.
Not
right?
not to be that guy again, but
No, that just saved my life. Thank you for being that guy. I love you.
remember I did this before
Okay.
when I did.
So the good news
grapple
way
hook.
is that your armor does
My John Wick suit soap that.
yeah, so for every 10 meters and unless they so the one thing, yeah, so your John Wick suit will absorb it. I do need you to roll me an athletics check as well, please.
Oh, I can do like a cat turn and try and save myself
Oh,
now?
you'll see what this is for. Okay, so you roll as you hit the ground, having kind of practiced falling, and yeah, it hurts a little bit, but you don't actually suffer any negative consequences. You realize though that if you hadn't been able to roll it off from the height you were falling from, you could have snapped your legs. So that's what that check was for, is to save your legs. And you hit the bottom just as your board is falling. So I will have you go ahead and just roll me an athletics check again to just grab that
Okay,
before it hits the bottom.
Oh no.
I was actually gonna say, could I try and use the grapple hand to catch his board if it's falling? Because that's not gonna weigh a lot, and just pull it into my hands. Oh, he caught it. Never mind.
He
Yeah, I got
caught it
that.
with that check. Yeah, he's fine. But I would have let you go in and try to do that as well if he had not gotten it well enough.
Ooh.
Yep.
Wait
So-
a minute. That better not weigh double my body weight.
No. Yeah, no. That board is pretty lightweight overall. So yeah, so you got your board. But yeah, the lift is not there. There are dead bodies all around you.
I'm now going to stow my board and look back to the group and kind of smile and laugh awkwardly, like I didn't just almost die.
So, how high up would we have to go again to get to Rex's room?
It's 5 stories.
Oh, easy grapple hook range. I'm going up.
Okay. So you so you grab on, you head up to the top level. You recognize that his apartment is by and large all glass. So while you can get up on top of the building, you need to find a way in. So there is like a maintenance door on the top when you get there.
Once I'm up there, though, can I use the grapple hand to ferry the other 2 up?
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna definitely do that because I ain't going in alone at half health.
All right, yeah.
Yep.
Zeke will accept this opportunity to essentially use a grappling hook.
Yep.
Can I try and, when he goes to pull me up, kind of motion him over to where there's like a pillar or something where I can climb up and try and support more of my own weight as I go? Just
Sure.
make it a little bit easier on him.
Yeah. I mean, most of the building is pretty well, it's a pretty like flat building. It's, it's a factory more or less. So it's not really something that's got a lot of shape to it where you've got to worry about all of that. But yeah, you're able to walk up the wall of the building essentially as he helps you up. And then Zeke, you said you've got a grappling hook that you're going to use?
My hand, I think, is what he meant.
No, yeah, I'll just his hand. Using Typhoon's grappling hook.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep. So
Once Zeke is up here, Typhoon's gonna quickly say to him and say, I'm pretty sure at this point you have an internal agent, because I see you talk to people without pulling out your fancy phone. Tell Rogue what's happening. She might actually be interested in this.
Yeah, and he will immediately just establish contact with Rogue and just tell her everything that's going on, and just also let her know that the line will stay open for any active updates, but they are not going to do any waiting around.
yeah, and she says, well, that sounds like a problem. But I ask you this, where is it my problem?
He gets back, he's like, well, he's our employer, and you got our contacts through him. That
Also,
sounds a little important to me, doesn't it?
also one other thing. Who's to say they're not gonna come for her next? Whoever these people are.
That too. It's like they're also, whoever they are, they're also showing a lot of gall going after someone with a reputation like Rex's. So who's to say they won't eventually get up to you?
She says, "I'm a little more careful than Rex. Don't have quite the same bleeding heart. But sure, leave the line open. If I'm interested, we'll talk."
Okay,
And that's all.
Yep.
Typhoon's gonna dramatically bow and gesture to the door like a nobleman. If you would wait.
I shall, and he's gonna kind of buff his shoulders out and just kind of stroll in there and see what's going on.
Zeke is
Yeah.
just going to ready in action to shoot anyone that tries to draw on them.
Yeah,
Yep.
Typhoon's gonna do the same.
So there is a maintenance door, like I said, on the roof that kind of leads down into the building. So
Not for long. Kickity kick.
kickity kick. Yeah. So I'm not even gonna make you roll damage or anything, but yeah, the door just flies open. It wasn't locked.
You know how strong a character is when you say, "Yeah, don't bother rolling damage."
Don't
You just
even
kick the
bother.
door in.
Don't even bother.
There
Yeah.
isn't a door.
Yep. So you
make
slam
me
the
hit it
door
twice.
open. You slam the door open, and again inside here, you see a couple more bodies. This time, as you're kind of examining them a little closer in the emergency lighting of the maintenance corridor, not the dark kind of outside exterior of this, you notice that they've all been slashed, not shot.
Well, this doesn't bode well.
And
I'm going to draw out my mono 3.
Okay, so you draw the mono 3. So you get down the one level that you need to before you're on the floor of Rex's penthouse, and a door there allows you to enter in. It does appear to be locked, but you just hear it say, "Please present eyes for bioscan."
Yeah, I was about to ask, what kind of lock? Is this like a pickable kind with a...
Typhoon's just gonna
set,
give it
or-
his eyes like, I don't know, will this work?
So does it have like a scanner range, like a vision cone in front of the door where it's scanning?
Pretty much, yeah. It's got like a reader down by the knob.
So I would like to step just outside of that to the right and open up my Fortify app.
Okay. It does take about 5 minutes for the Fortify app to work, just so you're aware.
Oh yeah, that's right. We don't have time. I'm just punching. We're just going through the wall.
Cool. So go ahead and roll me damage this time, because this door is a little more reinforced.
I like to imagine Typhoon's leaning down, giving the eye scanner, and then Waze just fucking punches the door full force.
Yeah.
No, not the door, the wall to the side of the door, because I very intentionally want to be out of the vision cone of the bioscanner thing.
Fair. Yeah, go ahead and roll me the damage.
Let's heard it.
All right, and again.
Again.
Okay.
Imagine if you rolled a tarot against the wall.
Bro punches the wall and it turns to ash.
Yeah, so that is enough. So you fire one shot off on the wall. It cracks in that same kind of spiderweb pattern you saw at the police station. You slam the second punch in and it crumbles in front of your fists as the concrete basically falls away. And as you enter the apartment, this concrete appears to be leading into the back of Rex's bedroom. That would have been kind of behind everything. Inside here, you see a couple of bloodstains on the carpet from presumably the guards you found slashed in the corridor. But all is quiet on the other side of the wall.
Oh, two quick things. One, can I switch my does the UV whatever have like I almost said heat vision, but thermal vision?
Yeah, it's infrared.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, I'm gonna start a perception check, obviously, but looking around to see if I can see any like traces of like person. And but before he does that, he's gonna get the bright idea of quickly texting Molly, like in really sloppily because he's typing stupidly fast. Fuck, what's Rex in trouble? Sad face.
Yeah, and she simply messages back, "I'll get the boys. We'll be there soon."
Yeah. And he's gonna send back a thumbs up emoji and then do the looking around with the thermal.
Roll me the perception.
Yep. You got it, the boss. Wait, why do I still have a -2?
Did you?
I got rid of the crit injury.
Did you gain health according to your?
Yeah.
Then
did.
yeah,
Maybe
you're still seriously
Okay.
wounded. That's why.
Yeah. I was like, huh?
Yeah, so you look around, you actually don't see a whole lot other than the very obvious, blood trails that are still cooling. They don't appear to have been there for very long. And so with that said, is there anything more that we're doing before proceeding further into the apartment?
I
Zeke
just
is
want to make
turning
sure
this
that
room upside down, looking for any traces of what might have happened.
I'm following the blood trail, but I would like to prep an action or prep the attack with my mono 3 for if something turns. If I turn the corner and there's somebody who's got hands up or a gun up, I'm chopping.
I'm gonna do the same, but with prepping to aim shot someone in the head.
Mm-hmm.
And one other quick thing. Typhoon's gonna get another bright idea, and he's going to attempt to call Rex's agent.
Yeah, and you do hear like a subtle ringtone in what you would presumably think to be the kind of dining and living area that is in the front of his house.
Typhoon shall move that way.
Yeah, Zeke will follow suit after hearing this.
Yep.
And again, keeping that prepped action to shoot.
And so you see as you walk into the room here. So I will have both of you roll me because I need to do something for real quick.
If it starts with purr and ends with ception.
Give me 2 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Wait, did I miss something? Are you guys searching the room while I'm following the blood trail?
No,
I called Rex's agent.
I think all of you are heading in the same direction because the
Yeah.
blood trail leads to where the agent's going off. But I need to modify something.
You round the
real
corner,
quick here.
and it's Adam Smasher himself.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was involved in the checks because I figured we were all still walking in a pack moving through this.
Look, I'm just saying, if we were to round a corner and Adam Smasher's being there, I'm still executing my prepped action. He's already there and he's seen us. We're not getting out of here.
No, Typhoon's shooting the window and trying to leave. He's like, nah.
Even if we weren't his job, we are not collateral damage, and he wants to kill us because he wants to kill us. That's Adam Smasher that I know.
All that, and we're witnesses.
No, he doesn't care about that. That might be his excuse if anybody who wants paperwork asks. But he just likes to kill.
Fucking, this is problem.
This is problem. Yes, it is.
Also,
Phildo has gone cyber psycho and
what
killed
was that
Rex.
fun little roll you did for me earlier?
It wasn't
Don't worry
for
about it.
you. It was a drive check for the driver. So
I see.
you walk into the room. I want you all to roll me, or the first of you that probably enter the room would be Typhoon. So Typhoon,
Okay.
please roll me an evasion check.
Oh, you got it, boss. Oh.
So Typhoon, you feel a blade connect with your body as you enter the room. And this is quickly followed by a second strike. I will have you roll evasion on this as well.
That was good.
And the damage from this one.
Oh, fuck.
Yep. So, you see as this person has drawn a katana and cut it across your midsection with like deadly quick precision. Zeke and Wei, you are just a short distance behind, and the lights in this room are still on. You walk in to see Typhoon getting cut up by this assailant. You see Rex's body, bloody in a puddle on the floor behind all of this. And Wei, you look and you see Yuria standing there over Typhoon, sword in hand.
Do I still get my ready action to shoot at her?
I was about to say,
You do,
we all
yeah.
have prepped action.
Go ahead and roll
I-
those actions, please.
I have no faith this is gonna hit, but I'm doing it anyways.
Yeah, so you are shooting in the head, okay?
Yeah.
She is going to try to evade you.
Crit fail, crit fail, crit fail.
Nope.
Nope.
So she dodges that shot. And then for you, Zeke, go ahead and roll me your action.
Yep, I've got
Because you
2
are
shots
just
from
as
the head.
close, pretty
Uh-oh.
much. Yep, so she will still evade you. And yep, that will dodge. And then the second.
The second. It's a little better. Oh,
Go ahead and
yeah.
roll me the damage on that. And
ain't no way that's enough.
yep, not enough. So with that, I'm gonna. So with that, so yeah, Wei, you enter the room. Are you going to take your action that you've prepared?
I can't modify. I have to strike with the ready to action, right?
Yeah. If you have set the qualifier, then yeah.
Yep. Picked the wrong day and the wrong job.
Yep, and so
Well,
she
maybe not.
ducks your mono 3, which is a very heavy, so you only have the one attack with it.
Mhm.
And then she looks up and she says, "I'm sorry."
This is why I told you to stay away. This is why I said just avoid it.
You don't understand. He was gonna kill me.
No, you don't understand. Now I have to kill you. And I want to roll initiative now.
Okay, everyone roll initiative. Here we go. It's Yuria versus the gang. Holy shit. Oh. Oh my goodness.
No, took
Oh,
it too far because from the canon of like when Wei came to the city, he started out in Rex's dock office working as like the bodyguard killing time. Like
yep.
that's where he came up. Rex meant a lot to him. That was
Oh,
the wrong
yeah.
job to take. That
All right.
loses you. Oh yeah. Let's
Let's-
see if Wei is
let's see your initiative, Wei.
Just as bloodthirsty as I am. Almost.
Save
Damn.
me.
Oh,
How
there
am I
is stuff for
faster
chat
than
to
Wei?
see. I apologize, guys. I realize I've been hiding that. So, all you need to know here is it's just rolls of damage and such. So, not a huge deal, but I apologize. I had forgotten to re-reveal that once I had Yuria's token figured out. So Zeke, you are the one who is taking first action. In reality, you guys are in this kind of configuration within the room right now.
All right. Yeah, time for a couple more of those shots from this pistol.
Okay.
Wait,
one
I beg
coming
you,
through.
pressure point strike. I plead. I am on my hands
She's
and
going to
knees.
obviously try and dodge this, but it's pretty high roll. So, yep, you hit.
Oh, thank God. And it's not.
And it's probably not enough. That is
Yeah,
not
no.
enough.
Second.
Yep, and then evasion. She will
Damn.
dodge that. Yep.
Way.
Away.
All right. Here we go. I'm going to drop the mono 3 and attempt to grapple.
Okay. She's going to contest that.
He's not gonna do very well. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind.
No,
Yeah,
that was his.
So you grab Yuria, and she is like fighting against you, and she says, "Don't do this way. You don't have to fucking do this."
I'm going to run her into the wall. I'm not going to. I know I can't do damage with it, but I'm going to basically feed her the mind to where we're going to be in the room.
Pin her against the wall. Yep.
Yeah. Move slightly from the package, slam her up against the wall.
Yep. So the nearest wall will probably be just.
And then I'm going to
past
turn
him.
back to the crew and say, "Take her alive if you can."
And she is on her
Zeke
turn
will
now,
just
going to
nod.
try and break the grapple you've got.
All right, let's see if I can make it. And we're both at -2, so it just evens.
Yep.
Ooh, and it just evens.
Ooh, wow. Okay.
She's attacking to escape.
Yep. So she's stuck. And that'll be her turn. Typhoon.
I'm gonna back up one step, just out of melee range. And he's gonna look at her and say, "I'm giving you this one chance because he asked. Give up, or I'm going to shoot you again, or at least try to."
And she just says, "No. No, you either kill me or they will."
Okay, aim shot at her head.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. It's going into the wall.
And it is going into the wall. Yep.
My boo boo is hurt. Okay.
Yep.
I'm just gonna
Zeke.
stay here.
Yeah, I ain't gotta move. More rounds going into hopefully her.
Okay.
Please.
She's going to try to evade.
With a -2.
Yep.
Oh, she can. She's definitely going to try.
Yep, she is going to get hit.
Oh,
Oh, I thought that was a Terra.
dude,
Holy
I would
shit.
have shit myself.
It's happened before. So Yuria's critical injury this time is a foreign object critical injury. So I
with only
remind you,
advances.
she suffers crit damage at the end of turn if she moves more than 4 meters or yards on foot.
Here comes the second one.
So that's the first shot, and I know you got a second one, Zeke.
Here we go.
Yep, and she obviously is going to try to evade this as well. There's going to be 2 less. Yep, and it's still, yeah, but still not enough either way. Go ahead and roll me damage. All right, now we're catching damage here. All right.
And this is AP, so it's ablating 2 per.
Yes, it is, and that's automatically applying, so you are good there.
And just before those 2 shots, just for continuity, it's just, I'm really sorry.
Yep. Way.
There's 2 options here. I'm gonna hold her by the shoulders, look her in the eyes, and tell her to just drop the sword. It's over. We're going to kill her here if she doesn't stand down.
And
Yes,
she
sir.
just, and she says, "They found me, Way. They found me. Either you kill me or they do. It's really that simple."
It's simple enough because I found you too. You're safe as can be. Look at the hell that we cause wherever we go. You think anybody can raid somewhere I'm staying? Did you? Yeah, I think you were still watching us. You saw what happened to the last batch of people who tried.
Go ahead. I will say that this is your action for the turn.
Yep.
Roll me persuasion.
This is where the side investment comes into play. And I'm going to spend my 2 luck on this.
You got it. Odds are
Oh,
looking
wow.
Good. Odds are looking good. Go ahead and roll it.
You have
Oh,
to say,
no.
You
It's
have to say
okay,
the odds
let's
were
see it.
looking good. Oh.
No, it's the
Still,
odds are
that's my
still
luck
good.
spent.
That's his. Yep. No, that's his win on that. So she, moved by your words, her panicked breathing hasn't really stopped, but it calms just enough, and she drops the sword to the ground.
Insta hug. That's the first thing. And then I straighten her back out to arm's length. Now, who gave you the job to come here?
She says, it was, fuck. You don't understand. Arasaka, they're fucking everywhere.
He's just, man, fucking, we can't get away from Arasaka. As he just reloads his heavy pistol and fucking holsters it.
Typhoon's not even gonna bother reloading. He's just gonna holster his pistol and fucking like slide across the room to Rex's possible corpse to check if he's alive.
Yeah.
Zeke was gonna follow up with that as well.
Go ahead and roll me first aid.
I'm sorry, Rex, but you're dead.
Can Zeke also get in with his own check?
You can.
This doesn't work anyways.
Can I take a look too? I mean, I know I'm kind of also having a moment, but seeing all of them kind of act, I feel like that would also snap way back to the reality of, oh fuck, Rex is here too.
Yeah. Yep. Go ahead. Zeke, you'll get first on the roll here. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, no. Zeke is not good at first aid.
So Typhoon and Zeke, you can't really tell. Wei, you get to Rex, feel his pulse faintly, and his eyes open for a moment. He looks up at you and he says, "You've got quite the output there."
Can't tell me about it, but save your strength. We gotta get you the hell out of here. And I'm gonna look up to the crew. Call somebody to get a ride and get a med tech out of here.
And
whatever.
Yeah.
Rex taps your chest weakly and says, "This is it. I fucked it up more times than I can count. But this is it."
Can I hand over nose and mouth and put him to sleep before his body goes into shock and then try and stabilize him with first aid?
Yeah, I was about to ask, can Zeke try to like stop any of the bleeding that he has in any way?
First aid.
First
Typhoon,
aid.
instead of doing
I'm
this,
dumping all of my luck and all
he's
of my
gonna-
remaining luck into this.
See it?
Typhoon, instead of doing this, is gonna pull out his agent, take a step back, call Molly, and pray that she answers.
Yeah, and she says,
And there's my first aid.
"We'll get back to you, Zeke." So, Typhoon, you call Molly and she says, "Hey, all right, so we're maybe 5 minutes out. What's the update?"
Rex has minutes to live. And he just says that with nothing else, just pure urgency in his voice.
Yeah, and she says, okay. Do what you can. Fuck. We'll be there as soon as we can be, quick as we can. Put it in fifth. And she hangs up. And Zeke, you put together what first aid knowledge you have, and you have this memory of because your parents were imprisoned by the police, correct?
Yeah.
So you have this image of one of the people who got in the cops' way the night that your parents were taken, and of trying to staunch their bleeding. Is you're trying to put pressure and use what like cloth you can kind of like scrounge like an old kitchen towel to just try and pack wounds.
Yeah, Zeke is just like sparing no expense. Like if he needs to, he's like taking his jacket off, shirt, ripping it up, using his belt as like a makeshift tourniquet.
Yep. And so you are doing everything in your power, and you just remember feeling the life go out from this gangoon that would have been next to your parents as they were taken.
Yeah, it's like his expression is uncannily cold.
Yeah, and you are like laser focused, cold as ice, staring at Rex, and the only thought in your mind is one of, please don't die.
I was about to say, it's just like out loud to Rex. She's like, "You do not fucking die on me. I'll kill you myself."
And you manage just long enough for Molly and her crew to get there to stabilize Rex. He goes unconscious during this process, but he is breathing. You feel his pulse. He is alive.
He's just slouches back against whatever piece of furniture or wall is closest to him. Just, thank God.
And Yuria, as this is all kind of unfolding, slumps down back to the wall still and just begins weeping quietly into her hands.
Way is gonna kind of slump down next to her as all that's happening and just kind of look over and go, oh, at least she made the way up easy for us.
And she doesn't even respond. Like, she's so racked with just like, you could tell it's something approaching grief or regret for what she's done. And yeah.
I wish we could actually try to console.
Yeah. And you also recognize that there's probably no consoling her in the moment right now. She realizes like she did something awful.
I fucking one thing. I don't know why it's not in my inventory, but it just clicked. I never took it out or used it. I theoretically should still have a thing of black lace. It's vanished from my inventory, so I don't remember if I
Zeke
forgot.
has one too. Just remembered.
Just on a side note, I was like, wait a minute, I have that. That would have been helpful a while ago. To remember that I'm supposed to have that. But
yeah, I'll put it on your sheet. You're fine.
Yeah, thank you. And the other thing, but Typhoon's gonna slowly turn and look at Yuria with this look of just unbridled rage. And he's gonna like hover his hand over his gun, but shake his head as he looks it way out of just respect for like everyone has someone they love, and I'm not gonna take that away from him. And then just kind of walk out of the room and raid the fridge. No, he's just gonna slump outside the room.
Yep. And so
Zeke is also just kind of eyeing Yuria, just skeptically.
Yeah.
He's not doing anything.
And she's not looking around at any of you, even way. She's just staring into her hands, tears flowing through the cracks in them. And it's only a few minutes later that Molly and the Andersons arrive at the penthouse. You hear the lift rev up, and they pour out, guns in hand, and they see all of you just kind of sitting scattered around the living room and kitchen. Zeke, your hands pressed over Rex's chest. And Molly says, okay, Johnny, Kevin, you now give him treatment, get him in a cryo bag. We'll get him to the local clinic. And she walks over to you, Zeke, and she says, kid, you did good. You did really good. We'll take it from here.
He, like, just that massive sigh of relief as I assume he just has his jacket on, like, with no shirt underneath it since he took it off to pack his wound.
Yep.
He's like, I might need a new shirt.
And
something temporary.
And she like weakly grins at that, and she says, don't worry, we'll get you what you need, but first we gotta tend to him. But I'll get you what you were after. Just we'll meet you back at the edge, okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Get there as soon as we can. As he walks out to basically just give Typhoon this look of did that really just happen? Just overflowing with adrenaline.
Yep.
Typhoon's gonna look back up at him as he slowly reloads the 2 shots he fired, and he's not gonna say anything, but like with the look on his face, it's just pure, like he wants to do nothing more than walk back in there and just shoot her, but he's resisting the urge to commit a murder. To humanity coming in hard. Not to humanity, to empathy. Out of respect for Wei. And spoilers, if he was at 1 empathy, I would have him trying to kill her. You're lucky he hasn't lost that much humanity yet.
Yeah,
that
so
Zeke just
you're
kind of
lucky.
gestures for Typhoon to come with him, just to head to the edge real quick.
It's actually good balancing because Wei is also upped his humanity, so he probably wouldn't kill you for trying.
Yeah, and so I will say, both Wei and Typhoon, and actually Zeke as well. I'll have all three of you do this because what you've seen here is something awful. It really is. Everyone, please roll me a d10. Okay, that's Zeke.
Oh.
Typhoon. And Wei. 3. Okay. So Wei, you're actually thematically appropriately, you're fine. Zeke and Typhoon. Both of you roll me 1d6, please. You both lose 5 humanity as you've witnessed something that is arguably very deeply traumatic here and are conflicted in a lot of ways about the way
would
that
Zeke take any more since this also did bring back past trauma?
No, that's where I'm sourcing.
I was about to say, yeah.
That's where I'm sourcing this from. It is traumatic in part because this recalls your past, and Typhoon, it's traumatic for you because you aren't used to someone committing an atrocious crime like this and not getting what you deem an appropriate scale of justice. So both of you suffer that 5 humanity loss. And from here, do all of you essentially find your way back to the edge?
Yeah, I was gonna say that in that initial reaction, Zeke has like his hand like gripped firmly around the grip of his pistol when he gestures for Typhoon to come with him back to the edge before they both do something stupid.
Yep. Also, I recommend reporting back to Rogue.
Yeah, and Zeke
Well, and Rogue actually, upon mentioning that, I do want to say, because I was kind of holding this until we kind of were near the resolution of the scene. So, Rogue chimes in, because you kept the internal agent open this whole time. She says, well, it's interesting, but the old man's still breathing. He'll have my help. Let me know when he's better. And she just closes the line on you.
Yeah, he doesn't respond.
Yep. On Rex's agent, you hear the voice of Blackout, though, say, hey, don't forget about me.
All right, and Zeke will walk back and pick the agent up. Walk back, pick the agent up. Thought you died.
And she says, long story, they had me in a server farm. I was helping Rex with some stuff. Bottom line, transfer me to your agent. I'm an Engram. I'll move.
It's an internal agent, all right. But all right. So, and he'll make that transfer.
Yeah, and you hear her voice kind of echo in your head.
It's me, John Halo.
Yeah.
You have Cortana, John Halo. Master Shemf.
It's me, John Halo, from the Bad TV show.
Oh, no.
Go.
We don't talk about that here on stream, not live.
Quickly, Typhoon isn't going to go down the elevator. He's going to go back up to the roof and kind of just stand on the roof looking up at the sky, getting like a breath of fresh air, just like, motherfucker.
Yeah, and you are going to look out over the city, and the cold wind that you feel blowing across the rooftop matches your nerves still like pumping with that adrenaline from just minutes before. And you can't even appreciate the city lights that you see from up here because what you've just seen is something that is wholly unjust.
Actually, I just thought of something kind of silly, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Typhoon's gonna take one of his road flares, light it, and kind of just toss it down and like have a personal moment of silence for all the people who died for like basically no reason.
Oh no, absolutely. Yeah, so you light the road flare and drop its red burning phosphoric flame down to the concrete below.
Yeah, and Zeke will catch a ride back to the edge with Molly's crew.
Yep. So they drop Rex off at a Ripper Doc along the way, who goes by the name of Doc Carver. You've seen him work on Rex before when Rex was lost his leg in the middle of the precinct. And so after dropping him off there, they take you, all of you, once Typhoon, you've finished kind of having your moment on the rooftop. Yeah. They, in, separate cars, kind of all file you back over to the edge. And so as you all arrive at the edge, Molly essentially calls a meeting for all of you to be in attendance, and she simply says, all right. And so, Wei, let me ask this actually, because this is actually pertinent before we get to this point. What are you doing to Yuria?
Yep, I was waiting for this part. So I would want to keep her still distance from the group so I wouldn't interact back with anybody. I would kind of wait off to the side so that we could catch a ride back on our own. Just a quiet ride, let her have her space. Take her up to the room, introduce her to Bob, and say, look, just hang out up here. This is where I stay. I gotta go handle the debrief, but I'll be back up to talk later.
Okay. So, and she just kind of wordlessly accepts that, sinks into a chair, and just continues staring down at the floor, essentially. And Molly calls you all into the room and she says, okay, now that the worst is past, I need you all to fill me right the fuck now. I need you to tell me what is going on.
And Zeke will fill her in on everything. No detail is skipped out on.
Right.
Typhoon's gonna be uncharacteristically quiet and kind of just maintain, basically just intently staring down Wei, not maliciously, just staring him down.
Yeah,
measuring
his
reaction.
He's upset.
Expression and tone while he's talking about this. He's still got his hand on that grip.
Yeah. So
that's exactly why I left her in the room.
Yep. So with Molly, you fill her in on the events of the night and kind of what's happened as far as you're aware.
Yeah.
Cool. So she says, well, shit. I thought Arasaka left this fucking city in the dust 20 years ago. So you're telling me the boogeymen from Japan, they're back?
Apparently so. And it's in force.
Shit. Okay. Well, I'm going to need to get my hand on some high caliber guns because y'all are going to continue staying here. I got to think that this isn't the last time we've seen one of them send an assassin, whether it's one of the Barracudas or one of their own. This is only going to get worse. You all know that, right?
It's era fucking Saka. Of course we know they're not going to be done with just a few hitmen that just went missing.
Typhoon's gonna kind of chime in. Not chime in, he's just gonna, while looking at Wei, say in a very monotone, flat voice, what value does she bring to the table?
You saw what she did to the people in there.
Hold on,
she's an asset. If you want to look at it like that, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one in the crew that might be able to 1v1 her. Trust me, she's an asset.
Typhoon would kind of glance at Molly and then back at Wei and say, that doesn't make me feel any more safe and secure with her being in this building after she was just hired by the people that tried to kill Rex and us. You saying that you're the only one who could stop her. What's to stop her from just attacking us in our sleep? You? You don't seem to be doing that very well. I almost died twice. And once to the hand of that girl after she murdered an entire building of people and Rex. With no remorse, no second thought, we didn't even reach out to you for help. You don't have a handle on this situation at all, my friend. You are just in the dark as we are, and she's a ticking time bomb.
It was a job. How many jobs have we walked in on, not asked any questions, and left nobody to answer them?
And
that's
we
new.
know that she was being pressed for the job, and by Arasaka, no less. We cleaned that up.
Yeah, but let's say Arasaka walked up to you and asked you to turn against someone you knew. Let's say they asked you to turn against her. Would you do it without even trying to reach out to her, without warning, without a second question? No, because her allegiance doesn't lie with you or any of us. It lies with herself and whoever she's protecting. And that might be you, but that doesn't make us any more safe.
If she wanted to kill us, she would have made a move however long ago, and I'm basically going to spill the beans about how in the background she had came up that one night and just happened to start with my room, and that's kind of what stopped her from going just actual ninja assassin on the whole party. And like that she does have a modicum of respect. She is loyal.
Then Zeke will bring up when you mentioned that she started with Yorm, and she's like, yeah, the reason nobody else died is because happenstance got in the way.
Because
the fact
she
that
found
you just so happened to be where she started is the reason nobody died that night. What if she broke into my room? What if she broke into Typhoon's?
What if you are taking a shit and she snaps again with any of us in the room and you're not there to stop her? We could die. She is strong, and I'm not confident I could take her.
And leave her in the room to just deal with it. Just give her her space. I'll handle it. If you need me to, I got somewhere else I can move her to, but I'd rather keep her close so I can keep her safe.
Typhoon's gonna glance at Molly and while looking at Molly, well, it's not my call if she stays here, or yours. It's hers.
Yeah, and Molly looks down the table at this discussion, and she says, look, trained killers are not something I'm unfamiliar with. But if she was able to take Rex's whole entourage out and threaten death on all of you, that's a risk, Way. Big one.
Yeah, Zeke will chime in again. He's like, look, we've gone out on jobs and almost died together, right? I will die fighting side by side with you, but I will not die fighting someone for you.
Typhoon's gonna slowly pull off his glasses and look Way in the eyes and say, if you can look me in the eyes and promise that if I turn my back to her, she won't kill me without a second thought, I will fight next to you as I have been, like Zeke said, until we die together, or until whatever the future of this cursed city holds for us. But if she makes one move, I am not hesitating to shoot her.
He's gonna put a hand on your shoulder and say, trust me, I got a handle on it.
Typhoon's gonna say, no, look me in the eyes, while nodding to your glasses.
Oh yeah, I actually forgot he's wearing those. He'll whip those off and then handle the shoulder.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. Typhoon's gonna look at him like grilling him mentally, and then slowly sigh and nod and say, alright, trust you. I don't trust easy. And he's gonna kind of lean back and close his eyes and put his shades back on, seeming somewhat satisfied with the conclusion.
Yeah, no, totally.
Yeah, and Zeke's grip will loosen on the handle of his pistol, but it'll just keep resting on it.
Yep. And so Molly shakes her head and she says, this is a really fucking... Okay, Way, it's your ass if she doesn't kill you first. I just hope you realize that.
He just turns to Molly. You're about to say that's a bad idea, weren't you?
Nothing about this feels good.
Yeah,
but,
well, you get used to it with this crew.
And she says, I'm starting to realize that. And she, without like a hint of humor in her voice, she but she kind of begins to.
Oh yeah, there was no humor with Zeke either.
Yeah, and so she starts kind of like. She gets up from the table and she walks to the door and she says, I think we all need a night of sleep. But Wei, you have to keep her on a leash. If she slips out and my boys find her, just like Typhoon said, we won't hesitate. Am I clear?
Crystal.
Good. And she walks out of the room. So with that said, I think we come now to wrapping the session. So as you all go to your respective rooms, Wei will do you last just because I know you probably got some thoughts and a conversation with Yuria to have yet. So let's start with Typhoon. Typhoon, as you find your way up to bed, bloodied as you are, and you would have gotten some medical treatment from the Andersons once you found your way down, so you are considered stabilized for the purposes of everything.
I'm almost about to die again.
Yeah. So you find your way to bed and lay down. What are you thinking about? What are you doing?
Quickly, could as I go into the room text Molly if she has an approximation of how many people died in that building?
And she messages back. She says, I don't know, maybe 24.
Everyone's gonna think for a moment, like pondering, and then say, and then text back to her, you don't have to do it right now, but when you get the chance, can you source me a case of smart bullets?
She says, I'll see what I can do.
And he's gonna say, he's gonna respond with, thanks, I appreciate it. I know you've done a lot for me and cut me a lot of slack, so I intend to keep my end of the deal of being security a little more seriously now. And he's gonna, just put his phone down, not even bothering to read whatever she responds with.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna take out his pistol, unload it, and line up 12 bullets on the table, like on a table in front of him. Just look at them, and just like kind of just stare, like squinting as he takes his glasses off as well, and then say something along the lines of, never again. Not on my watch. Not on this scale. Not to people I know. And he's gonna just leave the bullets lined up there and then just get into bed, like depressed, basically.
Yeah. No, and I mean, the fact that, again, that sense of like justice you have isn't fulfilled by the decisions made. And you don't sleep well with that in your head, but you do find sleep eventually. Zeke, as you find your way to bed, what are you doing? What are you thinking?
So Zeke gets to his room, but he's more or less just pacing back and forth, just trying to keep his temper in check. Really, he's too tired to stay awake, but too terrified and angry to go to sleep. Angry at what's happened and terrified of seeing what happened in his past if he goes to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
he's more or less just pacing the night away, just with his arms folded in front of him, trying to do anything to distract himself.
Yep. And you do hit a point somewhere around 4 a.m. where the sleep starts to kind of creep over you, where you are feeling that like exhaustion after the adrenaline has dumped, and after you kind of find that space where you've paced about all you can, and the night is beginning to turn to morning with that pale gray light in the sky. When you finally do find it to your bed, where you can find some semblance of sleep. but as you fear, you just see that dead Gangoon's eyes staring back up at you when you fall asleep. And Wei, we come to you now. So you find your way to your room. Yuri is still inside, staring at the floor. Her eyes having gone from wet with tears to emotionlessly staring at the floor. And
I'm going to take...
as you, I will say one more thing. As you walk in, she doesn't even like react or look. She just stays where she is, motionless.
So my meals, I imagine they're like frozen TV dinner type things, or just like meals in trays, basically.
Yeah, that'd be what like pre-pack would be. Yep.
So I'm going to make one of those and kind of set it at her feet, or kind of the bottom of wherever she's sitting. We're not kind of setting it directly in her lap, but just in front of her and saying, "Here, eat something."
Yeah, and she accepts it and starts kind of like very gently and kind of like almost not interested, but knowing like she has to eat something, you can kind of see her reluctantly take a few bites of the food that you've set out in front of her, which is, like you've said, more or less like a TV dinner comprising of like really simple like pasta and veggies. And she is just kind of eating that very slowly as you go about whatever else it is you want to do to prepare for bed.
Yeah, I'm basically not really planning on sleeping. I'm going to let her finish eating, and then when she's done eating, I'm going to kind of show her to the bedroom and say, "Here, you can use my bed. Just go ahead and catch some sleep." And I'm going to... Because if I remember right, the couch is kind of positioned where you can see the bedroom door. I'm going to sit on like the back end of the couch and just kind of stare at the bedroom door for a while.
Yep. Yeah.
And just kind of various motions like that rotating around the room where I had the vantage point on that doorway and just kind of chilling.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And yeah, and you stay fairly focused. I will ask you, roll me an endurance check, please.
Endurance would be under body skills, yes?
Yes, yeah, and it's a will-based skill. Okay, very cool. So yeah, you find this is the first time you've had a real need to stay up through most of the night, since really the last time was when you had to run for your life, the first night Yuria was here. So it's almost poetically fitting that the next time is when you are watching her, making sure that she doesn't wreak havoc more than she has on the group that you trust. And with that, you find yourself pretty tired by the time the morning rolls around. But you just begin to hear Yuria stir in the other room. And that is where we will leave it for this week. So, all of that said, IP. Let's start there. Gig IP, I think everyone has earned a solid... I'm going to say everyone's earned a solid 70. There was like one or two little things that could have been done differently, but 70, I think this week will be fair for the group. For personalized IP, oh, hold on. I need to read, and okay, Monstaming, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So as all of you did really, really well this week, Wei is going to be the recipient of the 30 IP this week, because obviously without Wei, as was pointed out in the meeting, everyone would have probably flatlined to Yuria. And he was probably the only person in that room who could have talked her down. So points to him. Easily 20 IP to each of the remaining. Zeke for the really clutch first aid check on Rex. I'm not exaggerating when I say that without that check coming in when it did, Rex would have died. That would have been the end of his involvement in Neon Inferno. So you're keeping him alive. And Typhoon, for your utterly clutch moments of just being able to evade death and land a ton of the run-up headshots you've been like pining for since we started getting you involved with the series.
The build is getting closer to completion.
It's getting closer. So 20 IP for that badassery this week. But yeah, there are no eddies to give, as Rogue was accepting your help to give Rex help. So that is the pro bono nature. But with that ends this week's episode of Neon Inferno, Building the Bonfire. So for those of you who are here with us on Twitch, please stick around. We will be back in just a moment with those of us who can stick around to have a little chat. Those of you on YouTube, however, this is it for this week. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, morning, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Stay healthy, stay safe, and until next week, we will see you on the streets of Night City.